Cek, cek. Wah, suaranya udah masuk. Cek, satu, dua, tiga. Cek.
Assalamualaikum. Apakah kalian bisa mendengar suara saya?
Iya, gitu.
Halo.
Udah kedengeran, Mbak.
Dengeran? Oh, iya. Tadi udah dicoba belum, Alvan?
Udah coba.
Emang agak kecil ya? Anu mic-nya ya?
Masih. Ya, cek. Dah, ya coba ngomong lagi Mbak Ipe.
Tes.
Ya,
Halo?
sudah terdengar.
Udah ya? Yang di tempatmu, Van, yang lirik, apa karena suaramu?
Ya,
Coba.
ini suaraku deh emang. Iya.
Oke. Berarti nanti untuk share screen yang ini bisa lihat ya? Yang dari Zoom.
Bisa, sekarang lagi share screen udah kelihatan.
Oh, yang ini. Video
Yang video itu.
apa ini ya? International Webinar. Oke. Yang megang Zoom-nya Laras ya? Minta tolong dijadikan co-host ya, Laras ya.
Iya. Laras.
Oke, terima kasih.
Iya, gak apa-apa.
Di sana ada siapa saja, Alvan?
Ada Laras, ada Reina, Lala, Disi, Ocha, Komsa, itu Bu udah bukan sih? Itu ya. Dan ada beberapa peserta yang udah datang.
Oh gitu.
Hmm.
Di luar.
Iya, di offline.
Oh gitu. Tadi udah di ini belum, Alvan? Dipimpin apa gitu, berdoa atau apa gitu?
Belum dibuka kan?
Bukan, bukan yang anak-anak ini.
Oh iya, sudah berdoa. Secara masing-masing. Ya, itu aja ya Mbak. Ipa ini suaranya ini kedengeran satu ruangan ya.
Oke,
Jadi di hati-hati. Ada apa-apa. Ya.
oke.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, selamat pagi ibu-ibu semua. Kebetulan isinya ibu-ibu ya. Selamat pagi ibu-ibu yang di sini yang hadir secara offline gitu ya, secara luring. Dan ada beberapa teman-teman kita juga yang hadir secara online gitu via Zoom. Jadi ada sekitar 10-an orang begitu ya dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia yang join kita pada hari ini dalam acara How to Apply Successful International Grant Application with sharing session with the experts. Ya Bu? Oke. Hari ini kita akan workshop. Ya secara umum kita akan workshop bersama 3 experts kita yang luar biasa. Nanti ada Profesor Hans Pauls, ada Profesor Erminia Colucci, dan ada Ibu Diana Setiawati sebagai speakers kita pada hari ini. Begitu. Sebelum memulai acara pada hari ini, alangkah baiknya untuk kita berdoa menurut kepercayaannya masing-masing. Berdoa dipersilahkan. Baik, berdoa cukup. Baik, saya ingin menanyakan dulu nih, apa kabar Bapak Ibu semua, mungkin yang di Zoom juga, apa kabar? Wah, sehat, Alhamdulillah. Sudah siap kiranya menerima ilmu-ilmu yang diberikan oleh narasumber kita pada hari ini?
Dari Nia Selatan siap.
Ngapunten Bapak, mohon maaf, ini dari mana Pak?
Dari Nia Selatan, posisi sekarang.
Wah, luar biasa. Luar biasa sekali, jauh-jauh dari Nias untuk mengikuti acara pada hari ini. Atau mungkin teman-teman yang di Zoom begitu ada dari mana lagi? Boleh dibuka open mic-nya langsung. Atau kalau malu-malu mungkin bisa menuliskan di kolom chat gitu. Ada dari mana saja yang sudah hadir? Oh. Ada dari Papua ya Bu ya? Ada juga dari Sukoharjo. Boleh dibukakan ininya? Ada Yogyakarta, UMY, Sukoharjo, Jawa Tengah. Tadi katanya Yogyakarta. Wah, oke, ini seperti bisa berhadir secara langsung ya. Oke, tidak apa-apa, tapi tanpa mengurangi semangatnya, semoga tetap bisa menerima semua ilmu-ilmu yang akan diberikan pada hari ini. Oke, sebelum kita memulai acara, mari kita bersama-sama mendengarkan remark speech atau pidato pembukaan begitu ya dari Ibu Diana Setiawati selaku Kepala Center for Public Mental Health Fakultas Psikologi UGM. Kepada Ibu Diana dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang teman-teman yang online maupun offline. Terima kasih ya Pak Zulfendri dari jauh nih. Terus ada juga yang dari Papua, dari Lombok gitu-gitu ya. Selamat bergabung. Insya Allah hari ini kita akan diskusi tentang bagaimana sebenarnya mendapatkan grant atau mencari dana untuk penelitian kita. Tentu saja hal ini niatnya gitu ya, gitu adalah untuk memperbesar impact gitu ya. Jadi sebenarnya kan kita melakukan penelitian ini untuk membuat impact yang lebih besar untuk apa-apa yang kita advokasikan, yang secara umum adalah memperkuat sistem kesehatan mental di Indonesia. Kalau yang bekerja di ranah itu, tetapi diskusi kita ini luas untuk semua lini, meskipun yang ikut di sini kayaknya sebagian besar ada di mental health, tapi ada juga di public health. Jadi insya Allah nanti kita akan mendapatkan ide-ide gitu ya, dan mudah-mudahan semangat untuk follow up setelah ini gitu. Oke, mungkin begitu saja. Terima kasih sekali lagi dan selamat workshop. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Diana atas prakatanya, sambutannya pada pagi hari ini. Lalu saya akan membacakan susunan acara yang akan kita lalui pada hari ini. But before that, I would like to introduce one of our speakers. Is already here, Professor Hans Vols. And then selanjutnya saya akan membacakan susunan acara pada hari ini. Jadi nanti akan ada 3 sesi. Sesi pertama akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Hans Vols, dilanjutkan langsung sesi kedua oleh Profesor Erminia Colucci, dan sesi ketiga akan disampaikan oleh Ibu Diana. Lalu setelah 3 sesi tersebut berakhir, akan dibuka Q&A sessions dan persiapan group work. Jadi hari ini teman-teman semua, Bapak Ibu semua akan ada sesi group work-nya, lalu ada break sebentar sekitar 15 menit, lalu yang terakhir ada group work dengan grup masing-masing kembali, dan presentasi dari hasil group work-nya itu sendiri. Okay, maybe that's all. Professor Hans Vols, did you already ready to start? Okay, please welcome Professor Hans Vols.
Don't clap yet, you haven't heard anything yet. Herminie and I have both been very busy, and I was hoping just to talk with her for 10 minutes, but she's making some urgent phone calls. So, what we have discussed we would do is we would tell our personal journey to get grants, and then we have a little exercise that I'm still working on. So when Herminie is talking, I will get that together. Applying for international grants. Of course, we all want to do these words, right? This is, you can all hear me? Okay. Bahasa Indonesia saya sangat jelek, so saya hanya coba, but English okay? Should I speak more slowly or yes? Okay. Someone honest, jujur. Good. You are mahasiswa S2 atau S3 atau dosen?
Yang di dalam Zoom ada dosen, ada peneliti.
Oh ya, dan
di sini mereka research assistant.
Okay.
Siapa lagi mereka?
Staff. Okay. So you want an international grant? Of course, we all do. Look, having grants is terrific. It gives you some extra money to conduct research. And I think life for Indonesian academics sulit, yeah? Because you have administrasi, you have to belajar, teach, yes? Banyak mahasiswa, so where do you get the time from? That question Budiana has to answer, I don't know that. But having
We work at night.
I know, yes, between the last prayer and the first prayer, that is time for research. So research funding helps. Let me start with my own story. And I studied psychology in the Netherlands. Then I switched to history and philosophy of psychology. And this is some time ago. This was, let me think, this was the 80s. So the internet was just starting. Right now you can find so much information so easily, not back then. And I got my doctorandus. Masih ada di Indonesia? No, okay, it's an old degree. Yes, mothers and fathers and saya. What is the equivalent today? Do you write a thesis for your bachelor's? Okay, and it's 4-year degree? Okay, it's like a bachelor's. And I loved studying. I just loved it. So my docent said, look, if you really want to get an academic career, you should go abroad. Betul. And of course, everybody here, docent, try to spend some time abroad. And I'm actually very impressed by so many Indonesian academics. You know, they leave husband behind, kids behind, and spend like 6 months somewhere. That's not easy. I can safely say that people leave husband behind. Maybe someone leaves a wife behind, but it's mostly women here. So my docent said, look, if you really want to have an academic career, you should go abroad. I grew up in the Netherlands, by the way, and I thought, like, well, you all know, right? The Netherlands is a tiny little country. How could such a tiny little country colonize all of Indonesia? Exactly. That is the biggest question in history. Right? How is that possible? If the United Kingdom colonizes India, okay, we can see. But Belanda, sangat kecil, ya. But keep in mind that if you go from the south coast of Java to Semarang, yeah, that's about as much as you travel in the Netherlands. So my docent said, look, we have some contacts with people in Toronto, in Canada. And so I thought, okay, maybe good idea. So I was a little bit scared because the longest flight ever in my life was 3 hours between Athens, Greece and Amsterdam. A flight to Canada would be 7 hours. Now, right now I live in Sydney, and flying from Amsterdam to Sydney is 24 hours, right? So I had not seen anything of this world. Lesson number 1, if you want to apply for grants, be prepared to put in a lot of work. It's not easy. So, there was a grant from the government of Canada called the Government of Canada Award for Dutch students every year. And at that time, I had no idea about applying for grants. And I had to apply to York University in Toronto. to apply to York University, and you know, English is also my second language. Same with you. So that is a problem or a challenge. So to apply to the university, you had to do a test of English as a foreign language, TOEFL test. It's probably still around this. Test of English as a spoken language. And it's really funny, right? You know, Dutch is my first language, Indonesian is your first language, and we speak to each other in English. And is it still around if you want to do a PhD in the United States or Canada? You have to do the graduate record examination test, GRE. The graduate record examination test has a bit of mathematics in it, but also quite a bit of language. So I bought a big book like that, How to Prepare for the GRE. Did a lot of these puzzles, and specifically trying to get my language better. Because in the Netherlands back then, yes, I had English in high school, but television wasn't the way it is today. So actually being able to speak English is quite something different. And Indonesia is very big, and all of you have English in high school. But you don't get to speak English very much, right? And to get a fluency, so I did all of that. I applied for this grant, saying, and actually, I was going to work with someone you all know. I was going to work with Gadjah. Have you heard that name? One of the founding professors of this department of psychology. Oh, Budiana Hilang. So I'm not sure exactly when this department started, but he was here on a Fulbright for 1 year to get it going. So ask one of the oldest staff members, they might remember. Someone older than Budiana, because she's still a little bit young. So in my application of this grant, I could say, yeah, Kurt Danziger, professor, he is quite well known in the field of history and philosophy of psychology. I had read some of his books, etc. So I proposed to do a project in Canada. Initially, I was going for 1 year because I thought, oh, it's so far, and I will lose all my friends. And then I was there for a year, Lovewood stayed another year, finished the master's degree. When you apply for grant, it's just like writing an article. Challenge 1, think of your audience. Who is going to read your grant? Most important question. In my case, the people who were going to read my grant application would know hardly anything about psychology, the history of psychology, or the philosophy of psychology. They simply wouldn't. Nonetheless, I had to make a story why this is significant. And because the grant came from the government of Canada, you had to say something about Canada being very special, extraordinary, because Canadians suffer a little bit of an inferiority complex, right? They're a very small country next to a very big country, Amerika Serikat. So I had to say something about a unique development. How would I know? Well, today you just Google it and you find something out. Not back then, it was much more difficult. But I came up with a story. I also had to argue, why would this grant benefit relations between the Netherlands and Canada? And that means, for example, Fulbright also requires that I had to promise to go back home afterwards. Because these grants are definitely not there for you to become a Canadian citizen, even though you might like them. I warn you, it's very cold. Yeah, very cold. So these are the things you have to keep in mind. And generally with grants, did you have a children's program here called Sesame Street? Yes? Yes? A good children's program is entertaining for the children, but also entertaining for the parents who watch it with their kids. If either group is bored, it's no good. I think it's entertaining for kids for different reasons than for parents. So the ideal grant is wonderful for the specialist in the field, one, but also for someone who has some idea about what psychology does and can point to Indonesia on a map, but doesn't know much else. So the grant application should be interesting and exciting for the generalist and the specialist. Most people make the mistake just to write for the specialist. Hey, we're among psychologists here. I can tell you exactly which statistical test I am going to do and my sampling methodology. You need trees and you need the woods, right? You know the expression, you do not see the woods for the trees? That's wrong. Grant needs to be interesting and exciting for the generalist. Well, about 4 or 5 months later, I got an invitation to go to the Canadian Embassy for an interview. Of course, I thought I was sweating, right? You know, my English terrible. Well, not terrible, but very Dutch. You know what it is. And yeah, blah, blah, blah. I had applied to the program in psychology at York University. This is, of course, the tricky part, right? I would be accepted in psychology if I got the grant, and I would only get the grant if I had been accepted in psychology. It all comes as a package. I had to do the TOEFL test, the test of English as a spoken language, the graduate record examination. So all in all, this is quite a bit of work. Well, to make a long story short, yes, I got that grant, and so I went to Canada. My parents brought me to the airport, and because it's a 7-hour flight, they had brought a lot of snacks. For 7 hours, right, I would starve. And so I arrived in Canada and said, wow, what did I know about Canada before? What do you know about Canada?
One of city in America, in ibu kota hometown in Vancouver.
Vancouver, closest to Indonesia. What do you know about Canada?
A big city in Canada, is country, hometown of Justin Bieber.
Oh, that we get into the really relevant information. Yes. The only thing I knew about Canada was polar bears. There's a lot of polar bears living in Canada. So when I arrived, I was a bit, well, the grant had organized the program. I stayed with another person from Belgium, with a host family, around with tourists. So that part was it. Now at that time, I didn't know really anything about writing grants, but I knew some people who had applied for grants. I knew how to do it. So find your mentors. Talk to Budiana, she's applied for some grants. Yes. Talk to other people. See how it's done. Secondly, very important, most grants are in English. Make sure to have someone check your grant for the language. Because Indonesians make mistakes, we all do. There's some specific mistakes Indonesians make. You know what specific mistakes Indonesians make in English? Flip subject and object. My sister, he went to the store. Yeah, dia, but in Bahasa Indonesia, in English it's he or she. I've ever been to Vancouver. Pernah di Vancouver, but I've once been to Vancouver. Things like that. Budiana, you know about Kurt Danziger? Kurt Danziger, founder of, yeah, exactly. I studied with him in Canada.
You meet in Canada? Yeah.
I studied with him. He was my professor.
Yeah. Kurt dan Seeger.
Yes. So, for example, if you apply for a grant to visit a place, right, we all want to go visit somewhere to learn more. Do your research. Where would you want to go? Depends on your interest. What's your research interest? Developmental psychology. Where is the most interesting research conducted outside of Indonesia in developmental psychology? University outside. Di mana di luar Indonesia ada penelitian sangat menarik di developmental psychology.
Australia.
This is the question you have to ask. I want to pursue a career in this topic. So where in the world is interesting research going on? Research I've read. Research I found interesting. Because when you apply for grant and someone is reading your grant, they want to know you did your homework. Your pekerjaan rumah. You know what you're doing. You want to go to Cornell University? Why? Oh, because there's a leading researcher in developmental psychology, or test psychology, or school mental health. Something like that. So do your homework there. Second, establish contacts. Talk to the people there. Now, I have to admit, I get an enormous amount of email every day. And I get email from people saying, oh, I want to study with you. But I can tell from the email they haven't done their homework. As in, you want to study economics with me. Yeah. Wrong person. Maybe people send 100 emails like that. Right? Just at random, just, by chance. What really helps is there someone who knows both of you? Ask Budiana. Budiana knows a couple of people, right? A lot of people. Harry Minas in the University of Melbourne, Theo Bouwman at Groningen, dan lijn. So if, oh, siapa? Point is,
Do you know that people also in Zoom?
Yeah.
People also on Zoom.
Yeah. So I have to stay in front of the camera. Okay. So find someone who knows that person. Because if I get an email from you, yeah, okay. But if Budiana writes me an email saying, hey, I have a brilliant student who's interested in A, B, C, D, I will read that email and say, okay, that's interesting, let's. These contacts are absolutely essential, yes.
People on Zoom complain that we can't hear you.
Cannot.
No. So,
can you hear me now, the Zoom people?
Yeah.
No, you can, but the Zoom people, yes? Okay,
I
much
think
better?
the mic, the mic needs to be a little bit more closer, Professor.
Like this?
Yes, excellent.
Okay, so everything I've said before, you haven't heard?
Dim, just a little bit, like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I said, basically apply for grant, make contact. But with the grant, you include some letters of recommendation. If you can say in a grant application, I have established contact with this and this researcher, we have discussed possible collaborative projects. This person is looking forward to working with me. That makes an enormous difference. So I've had students come to me, they applied for a grant, and then the granting agency contacts me saying, do you know who this is? And I say, I never heard of. That's not good, right? But if you actually have that contact. So basically, first of all, have good contacts with the people at home. The people at home, like Budiana, can help you a lot. Point you in the right direction. Find good places to go. Very good start. Then you establish the contact. Then you write that grant application, keeping in mind, if you are interested in early adolescence, let's say from 10 to 12, why some people get shy, but that's all very interesting. But you really need to, sorry guys, you really need to make this story, one, exciting for the specialist. That means that you are able to tell what kind of research has been done in this area. You are not going to invent the wheel, because the wheel has been invented. In a grant application, you have to demonstrate you know what you're talking about and what research has been conducted. And then you have to very artfully say something that hasn't been done yet and that I will be doing is the following. Now you can, for example, say the literature on shyness has been conducted on American and Australian samples, but not yet on the Indonesian samples. Yeah, so what? Researchers always say your research needs to fill a gap. You need to find and identify a gap. But the reaction is often, this research fills a much needed gap. As in, there is no need to fill this gap. You need to tell the specialist and the generalist why it is absolutely important to do research on an Indonesian sample. Well, I would say in general, ways people interact, cultural expectations in the United States are different from Indonesia. Right? So you need to come up with some kind of justification. The fact that you are excited about your research, and I'm very excited that you are excited about your research, that's fantastic, doesn't mean that the people who might give you a grant think it's exciting too. So in any application, you need to write about the research itself, about half, and the other half about why it is significant, why it should be done. Not according to you, but first according to the broader profession of psychology, and secondly, in general, outside psychology, who is going to benefit? What difference will it make? And I've given workshops in Indonesia about how to write articles for international publications. And it's the same challenge. One, keep your audience in mind. Two, be analytical. Highlight a problem, highlight an issue, highlight what you're going to contribute. Indonesians sadly stay often very descriptive. And I've heard that for S2, you're supposed to be just descriptive, and then S3, you become analytical. Nah, already undergrads should become analytical. Start to make arguments. Identify why it's important to do certain things, do certain research. That's a skill that is not trained as much in Indonesia as I think it should. So, start doing that very early, making literature reviews, making overviews. What has been published, what has been done, why is it significant, what is not done, but what should be done. Those kind of things. All right, I will come back to my personal story. So I'm in Canada. The summers in Canada are beautiful, sunny, nice, and then it gets very cold in the winter. So anyway, I enjoyed my time there. Spending time abroad is very helpful. So the Zoom people can still understand me, right? The sound is still right. Can you ask the Zoom people?
Spending time abroad in school.
Sorry? Yes, yes. But the people on Zoom, can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, can you hear me? Apakah Bapak dan Ibu yang di Zoom dapat mendengar narasumber dengan jelas?
Very clear. Excellent, excellent. My English improved massively by spending time in Canada. Partially this is because there were no other Dutch people. The biggest mistake Indonesian exchange students make is to hang out with other Indonesians. Of course, they know how to make the right food, right? And they know, they understand your jokes and all that. The very best way to learn a new language is to get a partner from the country you're going to. Now, some of you might have a partner or be married, so that might not be an option, but hang out with the locals. If I watch television in Indonesia, I can watch the news. I understand it fully, because the news reader talks like I am talking right now. But if I watch a soap opera in Indonesia, well, the thing is, you don't need to understand it, because crisis, why are you doing this? It's so expressive, you kind of figure out, right? But anyway, that kind of informal language, that is something you want to learn. Good. How did it continue then? I got my master's, then I applied to the University of Pennsylvania, and also applied for a scholarship to go there, because if you don't have a scholarship, you have to pay the tuition fees, and you also have to live, right? So, and American universities, Canadian universities, lots of international universities are very expensive, and they are in expensive countries. Life in Gadjah is cheap for Australians, for Americans, for Italians. Sorry? Not for... For English people, Gadjah is cheap, yes? Oh, yeah, Britain is in a crisis because they have the wrong type of government, so the pound is like dropping. Anyway, living in Britain is very expensive. Living in Sydney, not Mahasika, so you really need to get a scholarship. Otherwise, it's going to be expensive. Then again, you have that same challenge when you apply to do a postgraduate degree. Think yourself as being an American, right? Japanese people are very modest. Now, don't notice me, it's all right. Americans are like, I'm just amazing. I'm the smartest guy ever born in this world. My research will change everything. That's not being Japanese, but just try it, right? You can do this in role play. But you have to come up with arguments of why you are the most amazing researcher, why your contributions will make an absolute difference. In your grant application, don't be as that crazy American, but don't be shy. Don't say, yeah, no, I'm all right. I did all right in my studies in psychology. Yes, my colleagues don't mind me. That won't get you off the line, right? This is quite a challenge because you have to say why you are special without sounding, what is it, gombong, gondrong? Sombong, yes, you can sound arrogant. And you need to back it up with detail, with specifics. As in, what have you done? What have you done extracurricular? Were you part of a student association? Did you volunteer at a puskesmas? Did you do this? Leadership skills, initiative, very important. And in general, taking initiative is good for your mental health. Volunteering is good for anything. You need to know the world around you. Again, such an application should appeal to the specialists. So when I applied to the University of Pennsylvania, I had to convince the professors in the department that what I was doing was interesting. I had to demonstrate I knew the literature and there was something more to be done. But I also had to demonstrate to the graduate school that decides on admissions the same thing. To the generalist, people know little about psychology, but still try to figure out why it's interesting. So yeah, then I got to the United States, got my PhD there, then got a job in Australia. The main funders in Australia is the Australian Research Council. The applications are very complicated. It takes a lot of time to put them together. So when you want to apply for grants, be prepared to put in a lot of work. There was a woman on my campus who gives advice on applications. So very big. Gadjah. And she was ferocious. So you write part of your grant application. Normally you have to write 10 pages of a proposal. And you would go to her office, hand it to her, and she would say, "No, who cares? Bullshit." I'm allowed to say that? It's not offensive, saying bullshit. It's Taj Ayam. Terrible. It has been known that people left her office crying. I thought, hey, I'm learning something. This is non-Javanese behavior, but it is very helpful. Later, I had a different advisor, and she always said, "Oh no, it's really beautiful, it's really nice." Useless. When you write a proposal, have each other read it. Have your friends read it. Have a friend from a different department read it. And tell them, please be ferocious. Because either your friends are ferocious, or your supervisor, or the people at the grant agency. And if the people who are reading the grant are ferocious, forget it. It's not going to happen. So I went to this woman several times. She gave me a lot of feedback. It was harsh, but it was correct. Now, Emmy, you probably agree with this. The secret of a good grant application is in the first half a page. Because I have to read, let's say, 60, 70 grant applications from the Australian Research Council and give my opinion. That's a lot. So you start opening the grant application. You look at the first half a page. If I read the first half a page and say, bosan, forget it. If I say, wow, I will read on. That first half a page can make or break your grant. And for the Australian Research Council, that first half a page contains aims. What are you trying to do? For other grants, of course, it's something different. Title. The title is the most important part of that first half a page. If your title says, I'm going to going to some high schools and let the kids do some mental tests. Boring. But if you say something, improving mental ability of high school children, it's already much better. Or increasing talent. Think about that title. Put yourself in the shoes of a marketer, or someone who designs television commercials, or advertisements. The title should stand out, but it shouldn't be crazy, right? This will change the world. Yeah, fantastic title. It's not going to fly. This will change Northern Slamman. Well, yeah, too modest. Somewhere in the middle. And then, under aims, or that first part, the first half a page, you have to say, this is what I want to do. This is why it's important. This is why I am the person to do it. I think, Diana, did I give here a workshop on how to write application letters? Did I? Anyway, I did somewhere in Indonesia, a couple of places. If you apply for a job, most people make the mistake of starting, my name is this, I got my PhD there, I do my research about this and this. That information is on your curriculum vitae, your CV. You do not need to repeat that in a letter. What you need to write in a letter is, what I can bring to your institution is the following. This is how I fit. This is the novelty. That is, you write with the person who is going to read your letter in mind. Who would want to read, I got my PhD in 96, I studied this topic, I wrote a thesis about that. It's essential information, it's on your CV. Think about the future, right? What are you going to bring? How do you fit somewhere? With grants, it's very much the same thing. Information about your PhD, your master's, your past research project will be somewhere in the grant. But think about someone like me. I have a pile of 70 applications on my desk. I'm sleep deprived. The coffee ran out. And I have 6 hours to read those 70 applications. Write something that would excite me. That is the challenge. So it's very important to move beyond your own horizon and to think further. So, that first grant I wrote, the grant officer who gave me all that feedback, she taught me how to be succinct. As I tell my students, if I ask you to write a 10-page paper, that can be done. If I ask you to write a 5-page paper, that's harder. If I ask you to write a 2-page paper, ooh, but it's a very good exercise, but you focus on the things that are really important and you leave out everything else. At my university, we have a so-called 3-minute thesis competition. Every PhD student has 3 minutes to say, this is what my dissertation is about, and this is why it's interesting. PhD students hate it. Because if you give them an hour to talk, yes, they can, and they don't think it's enough. If you say 3 minutes, they panic. If you write a grant application, do the 3-minute challenge. Stand in front of the mirror, or better, have coffee with your friends and say, especially outside of psychology, this is what I want to do. This is why it's important. This is why I'm the person to do it. If you need more than 3 minutes, you need to think again. Focus on what is absolutely essential. Details need to go in the grant somewhere, but not in the beginning part. Then this grant also requires you to tell about your career. As in, what have you been doing? How did your career develop? How come that you are where you are? Another challenge that Americans know how to handle very well, and elsewhere no. Because if you tell about your career, you can say, I entered UGM in 2005 and did my bachelor's in 2007. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Tell a story. Stories I have heard. Oh, let me tell you my own story. I grew up in the Netherlands next to a mental hospital. My father worked at that mental hospital. In the area around the mental hospital, nobody visited because they were afraid of the crazies. But I and my friends, we played there. We climbed trees and built huts because there was nobody there. We often bumped into those patients that were not scary at all. Since then, I have a passionate interest in mental health issues, which has determined my whole career. Now that is a story. And then you can say, because I was so interested in mental health, I studied psychology in the Netherlands. I found out the following. I realized I needed to know more or I wanted to know more about A, B, C, D. That is a career story. And that is what you need to put in a grant application. Stories, and Indonesians are very good storytellers, right? Think about the wayang. Not all the battles, right? Don't put lots of battles in your career story, but in general, I found, some Indonesians are very good at telling stories and giving lectures. It's just inviting to listen to. Stories are much more interesting than dry facts. Then you need to attach a budget. And maybe I'll tell you more about how to make a budget. It's very boring. But, and then you need to justify. Because lots of people fluff up their budget, as in they ask for 2 or 3 times more than they need. Because they know their application, the money will be cut. Your budget should never look as if you fluff it up. It should appear realistic. Nonetheless, it should be at least twice as much as you need. So how do you call this? Gaslighting? Or you need to... It's not being dishonest. I mean, there's a difference between... It's fully true, as in you do not know, but it's not the full truth. It's presentation and the art of presentation. I got this grant. It was fantastic. Part of this grant was money to visit archives. So I had money that said I need to, it was about the history of psychiatry in the Dutch East Indies. I had money, I needed to go to the Netherlands. There was money in there, I needed to go to Indonesia. Wow, fantastic, right? I mean, I personally like traveling a lot. This grant allowed me to travel. Issue is, gosh, it's in the Bible. I don't know if it's in Al-Quran, but there's a text in the Bible that says, those who have, to those shall be given. Is this in Al-Quran too? Those who have, to those shall be given. Anyway, it means the more grants you have, the easier it gets to steal more grants. Because if you have received a lot of grants, people will think, oh, it must be a very smart person, very accomplished, knows how to do things. Start early with grants and start with little grants. There must be UGM grants, there must be psychology grants. Maybe just to visit Jakarta to present a paper. Apply for it and then put it on your CV. Then apply for a grant to go to Singapore to present a paper. A little bit bigger. So it shows you have taken initiative. It shows that the people in the faculty of psychology think that what you're doing is interesting and worthy of funding. It's like building a track record. Build a track record with grant application. Build a track record with publications. Now, one thing in Indonesia I think is terrible is that there is an UGM Journal of Psychology. There's an Univesitas Indonesia Journal of Psychology. There's an UNAIR Journal of Psychology. So to me, it looks like these journals are just to publish stuff of their own people, but doesn't reach anyone outside of the university. For your first set of publications, that's great, because the threshold is not so high. Read previous issues of the journal. What does it look like? What does a good article look like? And of course, if you do your bachelor's or your master's, it's a bit early to start publishing, but if you can, or if you're part of a big project with Budiana about school mental health, for example, think about, with Budiana, about, okay, can I do a little specific project and appear with a co-author, one or more, doesn't matter. If you have several co-authors, it means that you can work in a team. That's something people look for. Gosh, How long was I supposed to talk for? Hmm? I am happy to stop right now, take some questions, and Emily, will you take over them? And I have the material for the exercise, which then I will put together and we can insert it. Oke, pertanyaan di bahasa Indonesia atau bahasa Inggris? One thing you can already do, 1 second. There are lots of Australians and Americans in Gadjah. Put it on Facebook or elsewhere. Practice your Indonesian. We'll have pizza. You will practice your Indonesian, I will practice your English. Ice cream, pizza. The earlier the better. You have a question.
I have a question. Maybe this is a like simple question, but I wonder.
Great. I love simple questions because otherwise I might be flustered,
Okay.
right?
You say that for research we must have a standout title because title is important. So I want to ask, what is the criteria for a standout title, and how can we conduct and search an idea for a standout title? Because me as a undergraduate student, it's hard to find a standout title for the research like that. Thank you.
I think in an Indonesian context, especially Javanese context, right, your title should be not too standing out. But for international context, it can be a bit more. Look, you're asking the most important question. It's a simple question, but it's very difficult to answer, right? What is a standout title? One title that has been used in Indonesia a lot is From Darkness to Light. There's Kartini, dari gelap ke terbang.
Terbitlah terang.
Terbitlah terang. It's a beautiful title because it refers to knowledge, insight, contact with the Western world. This has been a little bit overused. Is it? Wow! I had no idea. I learned something. That's great. Ah, very good. I think many religions have this thing about how conversion is to go from darkness to light. Now, that has been a little bit overdone, but for example, references to either Indonesian literature or international literature. Gosh. I will think about this a bit more. Emmy, can you think of exciting grand titles that grab attention? See, that's the issue. We will both think about it. Articles is fine. Yeah. Okay, Emmy just made it much more difficult. The title should be catchy. It should give a clear description of what you're going to do. And it should also indicate the gap that you're addressing. Wow, how can you do this in one title? That is hard. I've seen a grant proposal, Learning for What? Career Expectations of High School Students. And I think in Indonesia, lots of high school students think like, well, why would I study, right? I mean, I could become a Gadjah driver, that's about it. I mean, what kind of jobs are waiting for me? So that would be an interesting research. And Learning for What is exactly that question that students ask. I'll think of some more titles. More questions by Zoom or by here in the classroom? Yeah. This is a very good question, and it depends a bit on the type of grant you are applying for. If you apply for a grant from a research institute, the grant should appeal to, let's say, the boss of the to the boss of the research institute, who has a general idea about research going on, but also to the specialists you want to work with. But you do not have to appeal to, let's say, government officials or people in the Department of Education of Australia, because they're not going to read the grant. Right? If it's to a research institute, appeal both to the specialist and the generalist in that research institute. But the question you're asking basically means it's essential to ask the first question: who is the audience? Who is going to read my grant? Is it the Department of Education? Is it a research institute that focuses on cancer? Is it government of Canada or Indonesia or whatever? Ask, wonder, think about. And often that information is available. You just need to dig through the website. But yes, if you apply to research that conducts research in cancer, then you don't really have to talk much about how your application will bring Australia and Indonesia closer together culturally. Because that's just not the point of that grant. In the exercise, we'll talk about a grant that is given by the Australia-Indonesia Institute in Australia, which is funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. So this is a grant that very obviously does soft diplomacy. It's in how can we get the feelings of Indonesians and Australians to like each other more, to appreciate each other more, to encourage each other. That requires a very different approach. And in the exercise, you can think about what approach is required for such a grant. More questions? Who can tell me what PT is asking?
So it said that their field of study is the study of the public health, and she has proposed a proposal to the proposal in the international institution, and
Right. This is, Titi, you're there. This is a grant for public health research in Indonesia, correct? But you apply to an international funding agency. There is an enormous amount of stuff that is published by the World Health Organization, UNICEF, Sustainable Development Goals, all these kind of things. International policy documents. It's very important to refer to these documents. Does what you want to do fit with these policy documents? The Ministry of Health in Jakarta often incorporates these policies in their own policies. So public health internationally is an awful lot going on. It's a really exciting field. And in this group, it's the Center for Public Mental Health, right? So it's both looking at public health measures as well as individual measures. So align what you're doing with those broader goals, there's broader purposes. DT, is that helping?
What country is it easiest to get a grant from, and what kind of topics are easier?
Well, look, that's again a very good question, but again, it's not so easy to answer. Some grants are very explicit. For example, the Australian Research Council success rate is 16%. It's not bad. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I have no idea. I think it's lower. Who says you can only apply for one grant? Apply for several for the same project. Not all of them will come through. But you can see the caliber. If a specific granting agency covers the whole world, it will be harder to get in. If there's a granting agency in a special region of Yogyakarta, yes, it will be a bit easier because the number of applicants will be fairly limited. So some granting agencies have that information available, others don't. What topics are easiest to get grants in? Topics that address problems that are widely seen. COVID-19 was bad worldwide, was bad for Indonesia. COVID-19 was particularly bad for young people between 15 and 30. Because people between 15 and 30 need to socialize, need to hang out. They were forced to stay at home. Really bad for young kids. Well, okay, 15 to 30 might not be young kids, but adolescents. It's discussed in the Indonesian press, in the international press. So if you say, look, this is a pressing issue, I am going to develop a program to address this, and very important, I'm going to assess the outcomes. Yeah, that sounds good. If you apply for a grant for a topic that I'm like, cultivating frogs for the improvement of mental health. A frog, kodok, kodok, yes? Wow. I think it's really original, but you will have a little bit of a harder time convincing the grant agency why this is important. If you, on the other hand, say, and this is quite important now, let's say in Australia, United States, being outside, hiking, being in nature, or tending to a garden is very good for your mental health. So if you incorporate your frog project into something called environmental health or planetary health, reconnecting with nature, yes, maybe you have a chat. Why don't Indonesians like hiking? Why do so few Indonesians going up Mada? It's beautiful there. Especially this time of the year, if you leave early enough. But Indonesians don't like hiking, right? Indonesians actually prefer, well, they prefer not to walk at all. Really bad. Anyway, oh, I shouldn't move so much, right? So good. So your grant has better chance if you place it in a larger context, it resonates more widely. You still got to be specific though. The grant got to appear doable. If you want to change all high schools in Yogyakarta to make students happier, mentally healthier, wow, that's really ambitious. But if you're proposing a very specific intervention, let's say organize groups of students to discuss whatever they wish to do over pizza, that's doable. Outcomes will be good because social isolation is bad for everybody, especially after COVID. Yeah, then you're looking at something more doable. We all want to change the world, but we can only change the world one grant at a time. Okay, Emmy, I will give the...
Thank you so much, Hans, for a wonderful presentation. I learned myself quite a lot. Am I on the screen? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's nice actually to hear from your experience and having similar learning on myself. So I'm not going to be repeating some of the things you already said. So I've also some notes about other things, perhaps to cover. I'm going to try to be quick because I think we were supposed to finish at 10:30 the presentation, and Diana is also. It's okay. Diana is also talking after me, right, Diana? Yeah. So we'll try not to hold you for too long. But I'm going to talk also as somebody who is kind of still in a kind of mid-career kind of situation, and I'm a woman from an ethnic minority, which always kind of creates also a little bit more challenges for receiving grants, because even in 2023, even in international bodies who like to write things about, equality and addressing disparities, still most fundings are given to principal investigators who are men and whose name is from a Northern European or Northern American or Australian, New Zealand origin, yeah? So people like myself from Southern Europe in my case, and people like yourself with the names that don't sound Northern American or Europeans are gonna have more challenges. So we are gonna be working even harder to get to those grants. But hopefully some of us will be also sitting in panels in the future and being aware that there are these kind of privileges and try to stop those privileges. So that's my kind of starting point from this. And my first point actually was starting early and small, so connecting to what Hans says, and also I say local, yeah? So when you start, particularly when you start quite young, you might not have received the grants before, so similar to what Hans was saying, it is important to start building a profile. That profile obviously is built also by you publishing research papers, yeah, potentially you're receiving some kind of awards, prizes for something that you are doing, so that people start kind of recognizing that you are like an emerging researcher or an established researcher maybe in your country, but not internationally. So you, as for anything else in academia, you have to kind of build that profile, and starting with something which is more local, like in your case can be your institutions or at least within Indonesia, and then moving international. I guess me and Hans have the same kind of advice that, but also make sure that your name is in whatever you are going to be involved to apply for. Because I looked at my CV before coming here. I was looking at my CV to remind myself the first grants I received, and the first grants I received were not research grants, like from big international organizations, were more foundations. Yeah, some foundations in Australia at the time. There were prizes, awards, like to go to do a travel award, to do research in India, which was linked to my PhD. Also my PhD, like Hans, was funded by an international scholarship, which is competitive, but obviously if you can get one of those scholarships, is already kind of setting you as potentially somebody who might receive further fundings in the future. But then I also saw some grants that I was part of, where my name was actually included in the researchers that eventually will do the research, but my name was not in the applicant's name. And now as a reviewer, I know that if your name is not written in the actual application, yeah, in the people who actually appear with the application, it doesn't appear. Nobody's gonna go to look all the grant to see your name somewhere, yeah? So if your contribution is substantial in the writing up of a research proposal for a grant, yeah, and you actually will be one of the key researchers there, you must demand to be named in the application. And you are all women here. So as women, it is more likely you will not be named. Yeah? So make sure your name is there. If the name doesn't want to be there for whatever reason, maybe reconsider if you want to be part of that team. Yeah? Because anybody who wants to see you growing in your field will want to have your name in the papers. Obviously, you have to contribute. I don't believe, and often it is happen, not only in Indonesia, people have their names in things although they've done nothing on it. I don't think that's the way to do, because if you're not contributing, you should not be there. You can be acknowledgements. But if you actually are contributing to substantially to the research idea for a grant, and you will be carrying out the work, you should be named in the applicants, so that then in your profile, you can write that in your CV. Okay? So make sure that you do that and that you request that. Something that's very important for me as well is funding your niche. Yeah, I mean, answer was before asking what is your area, yeah? And something like a field is already an area, community psychology, public mental health, whatever, but within that field, that's a field, it's not an interest specifically. You have to understand what is that you want to contribute to this world, yeah? What is something that either because you are passionate, there is a gap, you know you are a good person to potentially filling up the gap, and try to do so that your grants are part of that journey. Yeah, grants are part of a journey, or should be part of a journey, yeah, where they are contributing to build up your knowledge about the topic, filling up bigger and bigger gaps, and building up teams that you are working with. So, and I want to see, this is translated in Bahasa Indonesia. Apologize for the word I'm going to be using. I don't have a better one, but what I have avoided all my life, and I will recommend you to avoid, is intellectual prostitution. Yeah? A lot of academics have this issue. They are intellectual prostitutes, male and female. Yeah? So it's like we put our ideas, our skill as service on making money. That's why I use this word. I don't have any other word. And even as a young researcher, I have avoided that. Now, has made my life harder? Yes. Has made me work much more? Yes. Do I will do the same thing again? Yes, I would. Because I knew very early on, and I was, I say lucky partially because happened because of family loss. But suicide became, when I was very early on in my career, one of my focus of research, because I was very passionate about it, and I knew it was a taboo topic in my country. And I wanted to change the situation, yeah? And that has sustained me until now. And often I don't get fundings. Usually I don't get much funding for prevention of suicide. And I'm hoping that sooner or later things are gonna change, and somebody will see my CV and saying, oh look, Herminia has been doing the research for over 20 years, not like from yesterday. Like everybody is gonna be jumping, applying for research fundings as soon as suicide becomes the new thing, maybe, yeah? Still, I stick to that, yeah? But try to find what is your research niche, can be one, can be two, but build towards that. Not overdo research in many areas, because you cannot be an expert in everything. As a reviewer, if I see somebody who has been in many research grants, but they have been doing very scattering here and then they want to be doing something as like PI on a project, I'm suspicious. Yeah, if you have not actually built an expertise, what you want to be is an expert. If you're going to receive grants, you need to demonstrate you are an expert in something. An expert is methodologically, yeah, conceptually, the gap, the countries, a lot of expertise, but be an expert. Otherwise, you become one of those academics who have a little knowledge about a lot of things. And then that doesn't really help necessarily to fill any gap. Might fill your pockets, but in the end, what's the point of finishing a research career where you spend so much time, really, in the end, not moving the field, yeah, realistically. So try to have a niche that you are passionate about, that you know is a gap, so you have to always identify a gap, so it need to be something where there is a gap. Not apply for the next CBT grant, because we have got so many CBT research, you know, let's do something else, a therapy which nobody is doing research, because there is many other therapies which will be used if you had more research proving that they are good. But until everybody does CBT research, all we know is about CBT. And I can tell you as a person who tried it, doesn't work for me, CBT. And I'm sure I'm not the only person. Yeah? So try to think something else that is not there, not do the same research over and over again. What actually is missing in Indonesia, for example, that you could be contributing to, and get fundings for filling up that gap is much more rewarding. And to become a leader in a field, unless it's a completely new field, yeah, which I guess is more from my case, But if there is some other people in the world who are leading that field, contact them. Contact them with very clear indications about what you're doing, what you like to do, and ask them for advice. Yeah, if you are actually showing to them that you are very committed to what you are doing, you are reading, you are building your knowledge, perhaps they will involve you in funding applications in the future. Yeah, I've been involved in funding applications of people I have been connected to, and they could see I really wanted to work in this area, and they invited me to join them in a funding application. Yeah, and that's a very good way to learn, because once you are part of a research project, you can see what people are doing, how they are building up the proposal. Yeah, you are learning those skills. Maybe at the beginning you sit more in the back, like I did, having the big names doing most of the deciding, because they were the people leading the applications. But that was very important for me to learn what I would like to do for myself and what I don't like to do for myself in the future when I become one of the people applying for fundings. Yeah, so that's a very good way. So identify somebody you really think, I like this kind of work they are doing, wherever they are in the world. In most grant applications, you can be part of the research grant proposal, even if you are not in the country. Yeah, like as PI, usually we have more restraint, but as co-investigator or other kind of applicants, usually you can be involved. So make contact and try to prove that you actually are really committed, you're developing skills, and then maybe ask, if it's not asked to you directly, if or indicate you will be very, very, very willing to be part of one of the next grant applications, and through that process learn about how this is done. Similarly, if you can be part of reviewer panels, like Hans indicated, like happens to me, obviously at some point you start being asked to be a reviewer, and sometimes you will want to stop that because you end up doing is reviewing, but that's part of the game. You get fundings, then you also have to give back by being a reviewer. Yeah, but try to see whatever level you can you be part of a reviewing process? And maybe university has a kind of internal way of giving fundings. Can you be part of that? Try to see the way in which reviewers make decisions. Not all of them should be the way it is done. Like as Anne says, it's true. More grants you get, more grants you get, and there is a lot of people, like in UK where I work, which get millions and millions for research. And sometimes you look and go, wow, really? Really? Like, this research is not really needed. It's like, you've done this for all your life. Why don't you leave some other people getting some fundings? Because you know what? You've done this so many times now for so many years. So I don't believe that should be the way to do it. And I'm always very keen in my reviewing process to actually give a chance to other people as well, and not this huge name getting millions and millions and millions every time they apply. Yeah, so that's one criteria, but there is many other criteria that the reviewers will actually use. So try to sit in panels if you can. And a bit connected to what Hans was saying, make it easy for reviewers to understand what you want to do. So as the title is very important, the summary, as Hans was saying, making very clear what is the research gap, yeah, that your grant is going to be filling. How you're going to be filling that gap, yeah, in terms of everything, in terms of methodology, and why you chosen that methodology, why that is a good methodology to do it, in terms of what will you do with your findings, yeah, how they're going to actually make the changes, yeah. So be very, very clear, because the reviewers usually, and more you go in international grants, bigger grants, more the applications are long, and more people have to really kind of quickly understand what you are doing, more you will make the work easy to understand what you're actually doing. Yeah, for reviewer to be able to understand this actually is a good project. So fundamentally, writing a grant is like writing an essay with a budget. So use the kind of a lot of learnings you already have. Proofreading, because I sometimes get some proposals that are actually not written in proper English, and English is not my first language, and I don't like English. So for me, it's like writing in English is really like a nightmare, but that's unfortunate. It's been decided as the language of all of us. Yeah, So if you're going to write in English, don't make mistakes, because if you cannot write a proper grant application, they're not going to give you the money. Yeah? So don't do that. Don't make the essay very clear. You write an essay, you have to say what is the essay about, you know, why you're doing it, all the rest. Similarly, have a very clear structure on the way you're presenting it, make it clear, bullet points. Yeah? Don't use acronyms other people don't know, because I really don't like acronyms, so most of the time I don't know what they mean, and I have to then go and search for them. So be clear in your language you're using, be very clear in your timeline. Timelines, I don't know why reviewers seem to very much like timelines, so I start using timelines. I think a lot of reviewers they actually look at the timeline and colors to get an idea of actually what you are doing. So insert a timeline, that's a secret. Because I see the ones who get funding so often have very nice charts indicating what actually is happening. Yeah, so try to think about how you write a good essay. So as I mentioned before, grants is part of a journey. So try to make it very clear also in your application how this grant fit in your journey, both in your journey as yourself, particularly when you are kind of growing as an academic, about, you know, how does it fit what you've done before and what you're planning to do after, but also in the field. So there's a gap about this. So how does it go with what we know before, and how this is going to contribute with a larger picture you have in your mind, yeah? So make that very clear, because it's also very nice when you can actually see that you're not thinking to do a project and then tomorrow go and study Coca-Cola, and then the after go to study computers, and then the after do something else. And there is something that you are building on, yeah, that you are working to create. So make the journey clear. A suggestion I was not given when I started my career, like as I finished a PhD, was applying for fellowship. Not only postdoc fellowship with a PhD, there is various fellowships that can be taken. Some of them, like I just won one at the Tokyo University, is the Center for Southeast Asian Studies, is a visiting fellowship to go there and spend 3 months there, which is also for independent researchers. Yeah, so they supposedly, I'm still waiting to know exactly, but they supposedly pay for my flight and some kind of, you know, for my expenses there. Okay, it might not be a huge amount, but it's a good starting point, particularly if you also have an academic position, so can help support a bit of research or writing up time. There is a lot of fellowships around, yeah? And also being a woman from a, you know, kind of minority in some ways in terms of people applying, that could be an advantage in a fellowship. Because you can actually say, according to, I'm supposed to be one of the people you are funding, yeah? So then making that very clear as your fellowship, like maybe in your country where you are, there is not other women leading the field, and you want to be one of these people. So then use our disadvantage to your advantage by applying for fellowship and making clear that, like, you are, you know, one of the people that actually is underrepresented, yeah? And why that, you know, for grants, it might also be useful for grants, but for fellowship, certainly, who you are is very much the key. And therefore, apply for even short fellowship. And look them around, ask around, you know. Some universities have fellowship that are not published. So then look around for, maybe if there is a university where they're doing research in the field, you're very interested, like Ansa was saying before, contact somebody and saying, do you have any fellowship I could apply for? Because maybe somewhere hidden there is written a fellowship that you will not find, or maybe they are able to, you know, generate some kind of fundings to be able to support you for doing something. Yeah, so don't be scared to ask for this. My other suggestion is, and I'm going to be finishing soon, is to work with teams that, and work with or build the teams that share some core value with you. Unfortunately, academic work is all about success. You know, we're all measured about impact, how much we get, very little about our values. Again, another issue I have, because I think who we are as human beings should be as important as how good we are in selling ourselves in a paper. But for me, when I think about working with people, I think about, do I want to work with people? If I'm going to get fundings and maybe taking years to apply for fundings, getting them, managing them, and then the funding finishes, like with Diana, we are still working on projects that the funding 2 years ago finished, yeah? So you two need to have a relationship with people you want to work with, yeah? And you share core values. Like for me, honesty, integrity are very important, because in the end, those people are the people you're gonna be working with, even when the fundings are finished. If you are doing a project you are committed to, doesn't finish when the fundings finishes, you're not going to continue working on that. Yeah? You are committed to the people and to the cause you are working for. And to be able to achieve that, you need to have people you are working with whom you share your core values. So choose these people wisely. Yeah? So that's a very important thing for me. Then try to create some consistent social media profile, especially for international grants. You know, people go to actually look sometimes about who is this person. If you don't know who you are, you know, are you actually, what are you doing? What is your kind of vision? So now I don't know, for Indonesia, I know Instagram is very important also for this kind of stuff, but if you're applying internationally, LinkedIn, ResearchGate, academia, Twitter, you know, it's a lot of work, you know, it is additional work. But it is a way to create connection. And like the funding I mentioned before from the fellowship in Kyoto, was to my Twitter things when I wrote about do my visual research. This very lovely Japanese researcher in the center who actually works in Indonesia, she's here now. She contacted me in Twitter to say about she actually liked my work. Yeah, so we started talking to Twitter, and then she told me, Arminia, this fellowship is going to come up again. Yeah, why don't you apply? I would have not known about the fellowship if she had not contacted me. And now she's going to be my counterpart in Japan. Yeah. So sometimes it's extra work, but it's a way to create connection. Yeah, not only going to conferences. It's a way to actually, to be honest, sometimes I create more connection in this way, because you can follow people and see what they're actually doing. And if it resonates with you, contact them. Yeah, and try to link with them. And my last advice experience is rejection are normal. Yeah, in academia we deal with rejection. We deal with two things: rejection all the time and lack of acknowledgement all the time. Most of the time we do things and then I realize nobody ever tells you well done. And more senior you become and nobody will ever tell you. That was really, really interesting, or that really inspired me. Yeah, people take for granted. Yeah, so as you have to put up with potentially not receiving so much acknowledgement, which is fine. You have to endure rejections in academia. Yeah, it's part of what it is. It's a very competitive world. But rejection should not be putting you off. Sometimes rejection just means was not the right fit. Yeah? Or sometimes it means people sitting in those panels didn't have a broad enough vision to actually see what you wanted to do. So if you get a rejection for something and you believe your project is good, you know you worked hard for that, you've done the best really that can be done on that, yeah? Then try to apply somewhere else. Maybe to change something. If you can, ask for feedback by the funding body, ask to be sent the reviewer's comment. For especially government fundings, it is your right to actually see the reviewer's comment, yeah? So ask to be seen then, because then you will see what were the gaps. Also for papers is the same, yeah? When you get a paper rejection, I always tell my like students, because often I publish with my students, look at the reviewer's comment. Not all of them you should agree, but some of them maybe have a point, and then you make the changes. Yeah, so build on feedback, because reviewers, like definitely I can say in my case, and I'm sure in Anne's case, you know, some people are a bit mean, but many people actually want to really help. Yeah, and so those ones who you can see they really wanted to help. Now take on board some of the feedback, make an improvement, and try again. Not the same funding body, something else. But not give up. And that's the not giving up is linked to you having a vision, having a gap you want to fill, and have a commitment. Like Prof. Subandi as an example, or somebody who had a very clear mission in whatever work he does, a very consistent pathway, and we can look as an expert in the field. So be that kind of person who has a very clear path and is committed to it. Yeah? And so that when rejection comes, it's easier to then continue, because, you know, it's a journey. And you take some knock here and there in the journey. You get up again, you learn, you work with the team that you want to work with, you have somehow some mentorship, whatever you can, and you try the next, and things will happen eventually. So that I think is probably enough for this, because already 11:40. I will leave some time for if there's any question. Yeah, there is.
There is question. Yeah.
So the best metaphor? Method, like research method. Right, yeah. Well, I have to say, I don't know who is this person, but if you're thinking about what is you're asking me, what actually is a good title, what is the research to be done, what is the gap, that means you have not done the kind of work that you have to do. So yeah, you apply for grants when you actually have built a research kind of idea. So if you don't know, then you have to do work on it. How do you work on that? You read more about suicide. You need more about whatever is, you have to identify which aspect of suicide are interested. I'm interested in community interventions, in cultural mental health. Yeah, so that's my approach I'm using. So then you choose about what is your approach, and you would read everything written on the topic. Yeah, there is no way going to becoming some successful grant person if you don't know your field. So you have to read that, and then you will find what is the niche you're going to be filling in, and at the point which kind of grant can potentially support that kind of work. Yeah. But depends on what is obviously what is that you want to do about. And I thought grants are not only for intervention. A lot of my research is about understanding an issue to then try to develop about how can we address the issue. Yeah. So a lot of research, an important part of filling a gap is understanding the problem. So if you think that the issue is not understood enough from a certain perspective, that can be a good research proposal. Yeah. Because not about giving intervention if you don't actually understand about the issue. So not all proposals have to be about interventions. My research are all applied research, so and that's what I'm passionate about. But there is also research which is more conceptual, research which develops a new methodology. Yeah, so there is different kind of research. Any other? But depends also what the person is. But some fellowship are actually, there are some fellowship which either are for people who have had any career gap, or that will clearly say that they will have a box where you have to write if you have a career gap what it was. So somebody who had a career gap and perhaps now they need to return in academia, I would suggest go for a fellowship that is specifically try to that is specifically taking into account career gap, and depending on where you are, might be different countries. If you don't know about them, try to look for some kind of women. If you're a woman, a lot of career gap happen to women because care responsibility, other responsibility, and all the rest. So it's an assumption, but let's assume that. Then maybe contact some kind of women academic circle. There is like Facebook groups that I'm part of, Twitter groups, that to think about who are potentially reach out for potential groups of people and ask them about, do you know of any funding I can apply in this situation? So sometimes it's about really asking around. So ask around is my main thing. Join groups. In Facebook, I'm part of a lot of like we have a women academic support group. It's actually a big thing. BIAS is actually really, really good. And now they have many other little subgroups for women who are maybe traveling to a place for a conference and they can, host each other. There's a lot of these, particularly in Facebook, groups that are kind of there, and you can write a post and say what you are looking for. So if you don't know about a grant which you will fit, then try to join groups where you ask. about what you want, what you need to do, and if they can give you any advice. Justice and again, it's hard for me to say just based on this little information I have. Based on what I hear, it seems to be quite a lot, but maybe they are connected. Again, does it, you know, are they actually part of something? Like my research is about using visual methods to address issues around human rights in mental health. Yeah? So there is like 3 things there, but they kind of, that's the way they work together. So it's not about the number, it's about, are they actually connected in your proposal, or they are just words that have been thrown there without a connection? If there is something that you feel is kind of more there, but is not really the focus, and maybe it's going to distract you from the focus, then don't do it. Again, think about what is it your vision, your commitment, and the gap. And then if something is there that you think maybe is not really needed, and maybe you're not really that interested in, you don't have to. It is not like, you know, something you have to. But it's hard to say based only on the title. No more? Another question? No more. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much. I hope some of the things I shared on my own personal experience will be helpful to you. And now I will pass the word to Diana, who's going to be talking, I believe, around working with international collaborators like myself. Bye.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Kira-kira sebaiknya saya ngomong bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Indonesia, saudara-saudara? Halo?
Bahasa Indonesia.
Bahasa Indonesia boleh, Mbak.
Oke. Bahasa Lombok boleh ya? Ya, jadi
Sakit, Mbak.
Jadi tadi kita mungkin
Mbak.
banyak mendapat contoh-contoh gitu ya, bagaimana pengalaman-pengalaman mereka, mungkin beberapa yang di-highlight itu perlu dicatat gitu ya. Nah, sekarang saya akan bercerita tentang pengalaman kami gitu, tetapi sebelumnya saya coba carikan referensi gitu ya. Ini salah satu penelitian di negara yang ya nggak terlalu jauh lah dari negara kita. Ini penelitian di Thailand pada para researcher di sana. Apa sih sebenarnya yang membuat sebuah research grant itu mereka tuh sukses gitu dalam aplikasi research grant gitu. Nah, ternyata memang yang paling besar itu adalah topiknya itu matching ya. Itu yang paling penting kan. 77% mengatakan bahwa topiknya harus matching dengan grantnya gitu kan. Nah, itu yang, dan itu tentu saja harus dimulai dari membaca call for proposal dengan sangat teliti gitu. Karena kadang-kadang saya pernah melakukan percobaan gitu kepada ya mahasiswa saya gitu ya, saya minta untuk membaca call for proposal gitu, ternyata ya tidak cukup gitu, 4 jam tidak cukup untuk memahami, artinya kejadinya misleading gitu ya. Artinya kan berarti kita perlu open mind gitu kadang, terus kita juga perlu, biasanya kalau grant-grant yang besar itu juga ada contoh-contoh yang dulu berhasil kayak gitu, itu mungkin kita perlu kesabaran untuk melihat juga kayak gitu. Nah, ini makanya untuk bisa menghasilkan topik yang matching dengan grant, terus kemudian visibility-nya gitu, artinya kita mempertimbangkan, jadi kan namanya riset itu kan ada batasannya adalah waktu dan anggaran gitu kan. Artinya gini, kayaknya gitu ya, kalau kita dulu zaman mahasiswa misalnya kita jadi panitia ulang tahun kampus misalnya gitu kan, semakin banyak uangnya kayaknya semakin asik gitu ya. Tapi kalau dalam penelitian nggak seperti itu, karena semakin banyak uangnya gitu, mungkin kita kapasitas yang kita bayangkan kita mampu memanage uang dalam setahun 150 juta misalnya, karena tim kita terdiri dari beberapa orang yang sibuk, terus asistennya berapa. Nah ternyata fundingnya yang ditawarkan adalah 2 miliar gitu. Nah itu kan perlu ini gitu, perlu tidak mudah loh memanage uang banyak sekali itu, karena kan misalnya travelnya harus berapa persen, kita harus pergi, ya kita tuh kemampuan perginya tuh ya terbatas. Mungkin kayaknya wah seneng ya bisa pergi, tapi kan ya ada tanggung jawab yang harus kita lakukan lainnya dan sebagainya, itu harus dihitung masuk dalam pertimbangan kita. Artinya dulu pas awal-awal kita membangun CPMH, saya pernah konsultasi juga pada expert, ada tawaran dana yang besar sekali gitu. Orang tuh mengatakan ini akan mengambil seluruh resource centermu, apakah kamu siap gitu? Seluruhnya akan ini bahkan nggak cukup untuk menghabiskan uang sebanyak ini gitu. Jadi memang perlu tim perhitungan manpower juga dalam hal itu gitu. Meskipun kita bisa bisa rekrut juga kayak gitu. Nah terus kemudian apa lagi nih? Jadi proper research, design dan metodologi itu ya. Kadang-kadang perlu sesuatu yang out of the box gitu caranya gitu. Terus kemudian konseptualisasi teori, ya itu jelas dalam ininya, ethical consideration of research. Terus kemudian data analisis, data collection itu juga bagian penting. Selebihnya semuanya penting, tapi mereka bilang ada strategi proses managing, implementasinya juga harus meyakinkan, memiliki kolaborasi, terus kemudian kesiapan site, hubungan kita dengan site kayak gitu ya, itu juga sesuatu yang artinya kita membangun kolaborasi di calon-calon partisipan kita, itu juga penting banget kayak gitu ya. Pengalaman kami mungkin misalnya kita membuat studi lapangan itu juga tidak semua orang open, tetapi kalau kita sudah sering mereka mengenal kita, karena banyak juga orang yang berpikir ini ngapain, ini proyek gitu, ini untuk kepentingan mereka, nah kayak gitu ya, karena tidak banyak orang yang percaya kalau di dunia ini ada ketulusan. Ya kayak misalnya kita melakukan advokasi di Kebumen gitu ya, awal-awal tuh pertanyaan-pertanyaannya adalah, oh Bu Diana ini ya sedang S3 ya gitu ya, Bu Diana ini ya, kayaknya mereka tuh kayak nyari-nyari ini ngapain ya, pamrihnya apa orang ini gitu ya. Jadi itu sesuatu yang penting untuk membangun, jadi kita juga perlu dikenal siapa kita di dalam di dunia nyata di sini. Kalau tadi mungkin Emi mengatakan di dunia maya kita membangun platform, tapi di dunia nyata kita juga penting untuk mengenal. Itulah sebabnya tadi ada yang bertanya apakah harus ada payungnya. Ya payungnya itu sebenarnya memberikan kemudahan. Kalau misalnya payungnya universitas atau apa, itu kan lebih mudah daripada kita datang sendiri atau NGO yang baru sekali, kita belum dikenal kiprahnya, ya kan orang mungkin ini siapa, tujuannya ngapain, nah kayak gitu. Ya terus kemudian bagaimana sustainability project-nya gitu, terus timnya seperti apa, itu juga menjadi, mereka juga selalu minta CV ketika kita apply grant dalam dan luar negeri gitu. Terus kemudian terus kemudian apa yang menentukan kesuksesannya gitu ya, itu ternyata yang paling besar itu mengatakan adalah fasilitas, terus kemudian waktu, memang kita investasi waktu itu juga penting banget, makanya ketika menyusun proposal itu memang sudah dihitung jelas waktu yang perlu kita alokasikan, yang bisa kita alokasikan gitu ya, kayak misalnya saya ngajar di sini dengan beban yang sangat besar ya kita akan bilang mungkin alokasi waktu kita cuma setengah atau 1 hari per minggu gitu. Tetapi kita punya asisten, misalnya asisten yang dia alokasi lebih banyak waktu daripada kita. Misalnya itu dihitung secara rasional. Terus kemudian ini apa? Oh ya ini apa kesulitan nih Mas? Kesulitan yang dialami gitu ya. Tadi fasilitas, waktu, terus kemudian kompleksitas memang form ini kadang sangat kompleks ya, memang nggak boleh last minute. Saya pernah sama Ocha apply last minute tuh stres sekali ya, karena ternyata udah diisi semua, ternyata kalimatnya kurang, kelebihan 200 kata misalnya kayak gitu, terus dengan last minute kita ini itu memang nggak boleh. Kalau ini memang nggak boleh dan sudah dipastikan kalau yang seperti itu pasti gagal gitu. Terus kemudian size of grant funding itu juga perlu diprediksikan tadi dengan kekuatan kita. Terus kapan sebenarnya itu akan dilakukan, submission prosesnya gitu, financial support dan experiencing rejection. Kadang-kadang memang kita ditolak nggak apa-apa, tapi kadang-kadang kalau kita sudah semangat serius banget tuh menyakitkan gitu ya. Jadi ya itu juga sesuatu yang, tapi ya itu part dari inilah dinamika belajar. Terus kemudian ini adalah ya ini hampir tadi semacam tadi gitu ya. Apalagi ini tambahan data dari mereka, time constraint dan sebagainya. Nah, sekarang bagaimana mempersiapkan diri untuk grant? Ini saya juga rangkum dari berbagai pengalaman orang dan pengalaman saya sendiri. Yang pertama, membangun portfolio publikasi. Tadi sudah dibilang kan ya, tadi kita ini kira-kira akan dikenal sebagai apa kayak gitu. Terus kemudian dan yang kedua, memiliki roadmap penelitian atau riwayat penelitian yang mendukung. Terus kemudian tim, center atau lab kita memiliki pengalaman unik terkait grant yang dilamar kayak gitu ya. Jadi itu kan membangun gitu, kita pernah ngapain, kita pernah membantu pemerintah ngapain, kita adalah, nah itu sesuatu yang perlu dibangun gitu. Jadi perlu waktu kan, seperti kata Pak Hans tadi, perlu waktu untuk membuat kita dipercaya kan gitu ya. Terus kemudian memiliki network dan kerjasama, baik kalau kita apply internasional ya luar negeri, tapi di dalam negeri juga harus kuat, karena nanti aplikasi atau ininya tuh nggak ada juga orang-orang yang misalnya kalau diwawancara, kenapa sih kami tuh kok diwawancara terus, kami nggak pernah diajak kayak gitu, juga ada juga gitu ya yang ini gitu loh. Terus kita mikirnya kenapa mereka yang nggak yang ngajak gitu ya, tapi kan memang di dunia nyata juga seperti itu. Nah, terus kemudian mencermati call proposal dengan seksama, jangan salah interpretasi. Ini saya ambil dari pengalaman seseorang ini, jadi dia bilang harus baca, terus kemudian kalau bisa itu submitnya itu 1 minggu sebelumnya. Itu memang keren banget tuh kalau bisa 1 minggu sebelumnya. Kami juga berproses dari last minute kurang 1 menit, kurang 2 jam, kurang 3 jam sampai kapan itu berhasil submit kurang 3 hari, itu memang ya berproses gitu ya. Terus kemudian dan proses itu kan melibatkan banyak orang. Ketika menyusun kita melibatkan banyak tim, itu leadership untuk membuat itu juga memang sangat penting. Kemudian tadi kalau pembukaan ya harus urgensinya itu harus jelas, kemudian publikasinya itu harus yang di citing itu juga harus jelas. Kalau perlu, kalau kita apply ke negara tertentu ya publikasi di negara tersebut juga disitasi gitu. Terus biar kita kelihatan punya tahu konteks. Terus kemudian ya pokoknya jangan sampai ada part yang missing kayak gitu. Dan ini perlu kerja keras. Kemudian riset investigatornya perlu CV, do it in several days rather than day or some hours, itu memang beneran sih. Ya, terus do not propose budget of maximum limit, kalau dia bilang 5.000 jangan kita apply 5.000 misalnya kayak gitu. Sedikit di bawahnya. Put important outputnya kalau bisa sedikit lebih banyak daripada yang diharapkan. Terus kemudian important keywords, terus kemudian libatkan beberapa institusi, researchers gitu. Nah sekarang ketika sudah dapat grant-nya gitu, saya mungkin sharing sedikit tentang manajemen gitu ya. Jadi komitmen SDM per jam gitu, itu perlu dihitung sejak aplikasi kita, kapasitas kita tadi, karena kalau misalnya kayak ini nanti akan mengambil seluruh resource centermu, padahal center kita juga punya program rutin, punya seminar, punya apa mungkin. Nah itu hal-hal yang perlu dipertimbangkan. Terus kemudian sesuai kontrak dan output yang dijanjikan itu harus ya gitu ya. Terus kemudian jika melibatkan beberapa negara dan univ harus jelas perjanjiannya. Kayak misalnya di UGM ini yang complicated itu biasanya adalah paperwork di awal, karena kan riset itu melibatkan uang, dan uang harus ditransfer ke rekening rektor. Nah itu kan, itu ya orang-orang yang di teman-teman udah tahu sibuknya kita di awal gimana, karena itu harus minta rektor tanda tangan dulu, di reviewnya bertingkat-tingkat, di sana juga iya, itu sudah ibaratnya orang Jawa bilang sak gawean dewe gitu ya, itu paperworknya itu banyak gitu yang kita harus ya sampai ke kalimat bahasa-bahasa hukumnya gitu kan, itu harus ya sesuatu yang kita harus siap nih, ada kayak gitunya, kayak gitu yang kemudian kita harus kadang-kadang harus ya sampai lobby-lobby kepala OIA untuk mau menaikkan segera dan sebagainya, itu sesuatu banget lah gitu. Terus kemudian ya uang ditransfer kemana itu kadang-kadang kita lupa, oh ternyata perlu institutional fee 20%, 5%, 10% itu harus diketahui sebelumnya, karena kalau tidak itu nanti jadi kacau balau, uangnya jadi nggak cukup untuk ini itu kayak gitu. Terus kadang-kadang kalau yang kami alami juga banyak beberapa step tuh pre-financing gitu. Ya kalau alhamdulillah kami di bawah UGM ya bisa UGM nalangi, biasanya UGM nalangi kalau sudah ada agreement-nya, sudah jelas gitu ya, ini cuma soal waktu. Tetapi kalau tidak ya kadang-kadang kita perlu gimana, misalnya pre-financing itu misalnya kita harus segera ambil data ke Flores misalnya, nggak ada duitnya, gimana, apa mau ngambil uang pribadi, nah itu kan hal-hal yang perlu dipikirkan. Nah terus kemudian jika melibatkan beberapa negara, ada kemungkinan tahun anggaran dan tahun pajaknya beda, itu juga sesuatu yang perlu kita pikirkan sebelumnya ya, karena kita misalnya dengan UK, kita tanggal 30 November itu udah haram ya, kita punya acara-acara lagi, itu wah itu lobby-lobbynya luar biasa, sementara mereka tutup bukunya Juli gitu. Jadi kadang kita jadi ini beberapa kendala yang kita alami, sering uang nggak bisa dikeluarkan karena sudah ganti tahun anggaran di tahun berikutnya yang kayak gitu-gitu ya, sehingga wah rumit, complicated, dan kadang-kadang kita punya asisten yang asistennya itu adalah misalnya dia memang cuma pekerja untuk kita ya, jadi kita kayak menggantung hidup orang lain yang misalnya kalau dia bukan dosen yang punya gaji tetap, bukan ini kan, itu juga perlu pertimbangan yang sangat matang gitu agar uang tuh nggak terkendala. Uangnya ada tapi belum ditransfer ke sini, uangnya ada di rekening rektor nggak bisa keluar karena, nah itu hal-hal yang perlu diperhitungkan sekali. Terus kemudian biasanya di dalam riset itu kita melibatkan advisornya itu volunteer gitu. Jadi biasanya untuk mengawal grant-grant besar tuh kita punya advisor, itulah sebabnya kita perlu network yang bagus dengan banyak orang di luar sana gitu. Nah ketika mereka di luar sana itu sudah biasa untuk menjadi riset kayak steering committee gitu dengan volunteer yang nanti akan bertemu 2 bulan sekali misalnya, terus kita lapori riset kita, terus mereka membantu. Tetapi untuk orang Indonesia kadang-kadang itu tidak biasa, sehingga ketika kita melobi meminta seseorang untuk menjadi advisor itu, wah itu harus jelas banget gitu bahwa oh ini volunteer yang diminta begini-begini, apa yang akan mereka dapatkan tuh in return itu juga harus jelas. Terus kemudian kita akan bekerja dengan, kalau ya banyak tim ya orang-orang dengan kepribadian berbeda, standar yang berbeda, itu juga harus siap, kesabaran kita gitu ya. Makanya kalau intensi, niat dan motivasinya itu enggak besar, itu kadang-kadang itu sangat capek gitu di tengah jalan gitu ya. Nah itu yang harus dipikirkan. Terus setelah manajemen mantan ini jadi setelah selesai kita masih harus ada pekerjaan yang itu kadang-kadang orang nggak tahu kalau itu masih ada, yaitu manajemen mantan tim gitu ya. Jadi mantan tim kita kadang kan ada yang ini hanya untuk project, direkrut hanya untuk project. Kalau kita tidak punya manajemen dan relationship yang bagus, kadang-kadang nanti setelah bertahun-tahun kita masih perlu datanya, orangnya udah nggak ada kemana gitu ya. Sekarang sih alhamdulillah udah ada cloud ya yang kita bisa simpan barang-barang, itu pun kadang-kadang masih bisa bermasalah gitu ya, karena akses yang kadaluarsa dan sebagainya kayak gitu, itu harus sangat dipikirkan. Manajemen data misalnya, terus manajemen mantan partisipan gitu ya, jangan sampai kita lupa berterima kasih pada mereka ketika ada output, seperti misalnya kita ada output film gitu, itu udah nggak ada sebenarnya dananya sama sekali gitu ya, tapi kita adakan untuk ke Bali misalnya, menyapa mereka dan menunjukkan hasilnya pada mereka. Untuk ke ini ya kayak gitu-gitu, itu juga harus di-prepare untuk pergi ke tempat-tempat lain untuk hal itu gitu. Terus kemudian yang terakhir itu manajemen publikasi, ini juga nggak cuma sak gawean 3 atau 4 gawean sendiri, karena sudah stop kan fundingnya biasanya, jadi funding udah habis gitu. Sementara orang-orang yang baru bekerja untuk kita, mereka berpikir, loh ternyata masih ada tuh kerjaannya, loh ternyata ini ya, pada akhirnya sih kalau publikasi nanti akhirnya pilihan, kamu mau terlibat apa enggak. Kalau enggak terlibat ya nanti masuk di acknowledgement, kalau terlibat jadi penulis gitu. Jadi itu ya karena butuh komitmen yang jangka panjang untuk hal ini, dan kadang-kadang orang udah nggak kemana-mana gitu, udah nggak sabar gitu ya. Terus ya kesuksesan adalah sebuah perjalanan, artinya saya juga dulunya berpikir kita bisa langsung ini yang apply yang gede banget, oh ternyata enggak, kita bertahap, dan ya bertahap gitu, dan bertahap itu mendewasakan kita juga dalam berbagai manajemen, dalam metode, di dalam manajemen stakeholder kayak gitu ya, dan ya penolakan ya itu tadi, tidak perlu sakit hati ketika ada penolakan, kita bisa ini. Dan kalau satu yang mungkin belum saya katakan, kalau kita bekerja dengan international kolaborator ya kita harus bersedia untuk bekerja yang dengan lintas perbedaan waktu gitu ya. Jadi saya sering rapat dengan kolega dari US pada jam 10 malam, terus dengan kolega di UK setelah jam 4 sore, dengan teman-teman di Australia jam 6 atau 5 pagi gitu ya. Itu sesuatu yang harus kita persiapkan untuk tidak merestriksi, sehingga itu bayaran yang harus saya bayar kalau saya pribadi, agar saya di sini tetap hidup secara utuh sebagai dosen, tetap bisa ngajar, tetap bisa ini gitu ya. Tetapi setelah itu nanti orang-orang tidur, saya masih ngerjakan riset dengan orang-orang yang berbeda zona waktu kayak gitu. Mungkin seperti itu yang bisa saya share. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Mungkin kalau ada pertanyaan bisa sedikit waktu, nanti setelah itu kita bisa kerja kelompok. Ya, silakan. Oh, ini ada pertanyaan ya. Saya dari pengalaman Ibu, apakah perbedaan proyek dikti dan matching fund dengan proyek luar negeri? Oh ya, ini pertanyaan dari Mbak Titik. Saya baca dari bawah ya, nggak apa-apa. Mbak Titik, pengalaman saya bedanya dikti itu yang stres tuh karena sering disuruh bikin laporan keuangan sebelum di-spend gitu. Nah itu menyiksa sampai kita sakit perut gitu dulu. Jadi kayak suruh bikin laporan ketika ya kadang-kadang dan juga kadang-kadang kan keluarnya terlambat, tapi laporannya harus nggak terlambat sehingga timeline risetnya itu menjadi sangat sempit. Terus kemudian perlu nota-nota yang sangat complicated itu sih. Kalau enaknya dari luar biasanya kita nggak perlu yang nota-nota complicated banget kayak gitu. Nah itu yang ini kan, terus kemudian juga timelinenya lebih ini gitu ya, lebih manusiawi. Terus kemudian kayak kemarin kita ada pandemi juga mereka memberikan kelonggaran tertentu kayak gitu ya. Jadi ya itu sih. Terus kemudian mereka juga bilang kontraknya jelas karena kami pernah pengalaman dengan lembaga negara gitu. Dibilangnya dapat funding 3 tahun, ternyata tahu-tahu setahun doang gitu ya. Itu kan ini banget gitu ya. Tapi kalau mereka kalau udah bilang agreementnya begini ya nggak akan, karena proses agreementnya ditandatangani dengan sangat begitu. Mbak Titi, mungkin masalah uang itu ya kadang-kadang bikin sakit perut itu. Akhirnya ya akhirnya siasatnya masing-masing, tapi itu tidak menyenangkan. Terus kemudian, oh ya dari Lombok nih, senang sekali CPMA mengadakan agenda ini. Dari S2 tertarik dengan Dunda Pendidikan. Setelah kembali ke Lombok, kami menemukan begitu banyak fenomena yang terjadi di dunia pendidikan, khususnya pada siswa. Di sini kami menemukan fenomena kekerasan seksual, penyalahgunaan gadget, penyebaran video, budaya PAP, membuat foto sendiri setengah saya, wah, aborsi, open BO. Kondisi ini membuat saya pribadi merasa sangat khawatir, karena kekhawatiran itu salah satu langkah yang dilakukan dengan mendirikan yayasan yang sudah berjalan 2 tahun ini dengan self funding. Proses belajarnya adalah after school. Alhamdulillah dengan bangunan 2 tahun ini kita disupport oleh salah satu BUMN. Kami memiliki niat untuk membangun sistem pendidikan yang perlu kami memiliki 4 pilar sehat, cerdas. Saat pilar-pilar itu tersebut proses kami dengan kurikulumnya. Gagasan ini juga sempat disaringkan pemerintah lokal. Wah, petunjuknya terima kasih, bagus sekali. Nanti mungkin bisa juga ini apply ke funding luar, tetapi mungkin angle-nya itu harus sesuatu yang sesuai dengan call for proposalnya atau sesuatu yang dipahami, keresahan yang dipahami oleh calon funding ya. Karena kan kadang misalnya kita orang Indonesia resah dengan misalnya di sini katanya di Lombok misalnya kehamilan pranikah gitu, mungkin itu sesuatu yang tidak terbaca sebagai problem gitu ya oleh funding yang akan kita apply. Jadi itu harus kita sesuaikan gitu, angle-nya harus jelas kayak gitu. Mungkin itu. Di sini ada pertanyaan yang dari forum ini. Ini dari mana aja ini? JLSD ada? Ya JLSD segera apply keren-keren. Terus dari mana lagi nih? CICP? Ya CICP. Terus alumni, oh iya. Oke. UPAP ada UPAP? Enggak ada ya. UPAP sudah banyak uangnya, enggak perlu apply. Keren. Yang mana ada pertanyaan? Cukup? Oke, terima kasih. Kita akan berbagi kelompok. Tadi sudah di-share, ya di-share yang di grup ini soalnya. Tolong Van, di-share kepada gimana cara nge-share-nya atau ditayangkan di sini aja bisa. Di share screen juga bisa. Nah ini adik-adik ini Bapak Ibu Ini silahkan breakout roomnya dibuka Mbak Ipeh, lalu saya akan share. Ini ada soal dari Pak Hans. Soalnya adalah seperti ini latihan exercise, ini mumpung ada mentornya sangat bagus saya pikir untuk dilakukan. Ini mau jadi berapa kelompok yang di sini? 2? Silahkan 2 kelompok biar nanti bisa banyak temannya. Silahkan kelompok 1, kelompok 2 nanti mau pindah-pindah boleh silahkan. Yang di grup bisa juga 2 kelompok atau 3 kelompok silahkan Mbak Ipeh. Ini adalah soalnya tadi mana ya?
Yang di Zoom juga 2 kelompok, per kelompok 5 orang Ibu.
Ya.
Oke, untuk soalnya silahkan Bapak dan Ibu bisa dilihat di layar terlebih dahulu.
Layar mana? Udah ya di layar.
Mbak Laras masih
belum.
di situ?
Sebentar. Saya cari dulu filenya tadi itu di mana. Oke, filenya ada di sini. Intinya kita exercise menentukan judul, menentukan ini untuk grand workshop untuk aplikasi Indonesia Australia. Apakah kelihatan ini? Your screen ya. Silahkan. Ini bisa di-share, silahkan juga Alvan. Jadi the objective of the program are to promote people-to-people links and a contemporary and positive image of Australia and support for the Australian government international policy goals. The expected outcome of the program are strengthening bilateral relationship. Nih, sampai ke bawah ini silahkan dibaca. Sambil membaca mungkin Pak Banti mau menambahkan pengalaman kolaborasi. Pak Banti juga banyak pengalaman kolaborasi. Yang penting sabar ya Pak Banti ya. Sabar. Yuk silakan. Mungkin berkelompok dulu silakan. Ya. Berkelompok silakan, ini mau join. Kalian mau ikut join nih latihan sama mereka nih. Ya, biar dapat ilmu. Ya, yang di situ ya. Mungkin Ocak bisa bacain Ocak. Oh, yang dari BRIN mana? Oh, alumni dari BRIN. Oh, BRIN apa? Kesehatan. Oh iya, mental health ya. Oke, bagus. Ya, silakan, yuk. Ini kelompok 2 tuh, kelompok 1 silakan. Mbak siapa? Alifa tuh join ke itu.
Bagi Bapak Ibu yang berada di Zoom,
oh, yang di Zoom bisa di sudah ada. Ini ada yang bertanya paling mudah apply grant di mana? Enggak ada yang mudah. Tidak ada yang mudah Bu Titi, tapi seringnya itu nanti kita memang ini harus punya setiap funding punya ini permintaan spesifik gitu.
When do you finish working with Pak Byron?
Ya, jadi untuk akses terhadap filenya itu bisa klik link di bit.ly/ DC yang share screen. Kamu share screen nggak? Budiana ya? Budiana share screen-nya bisa di stop dulu. Ya. Ya, jadi bisa di tadi bit.ly, nanti akan ditampilkan juga di layar /grant, G-nya besar, GRANT, kemudian CPMH besar semua. Ya. Nanti filenya bisa di-download aja ya, jadi jangan diedit di situ jika ternyata halamannya mengarahkan kepada editable document. Di-download as Word, kemudian tinggal di-edit sesuai dengan instruksi tadi. Nanti jika ada kendala bisa angkat tangan.
Untuk Ibu Adinda Sofia dan Diansyah Naksabandi, silahkan join ke breakout room. Mbak Laras masih di situ? Mohon untuk akun CPMH diberi akses co-host. Terima kasih.
Yeah, so very positive. So they don't think that we should start from family, from family, things like parenting, things like nobody can yeah. You can when I say to parent and then Pak Parent said, because Han is only limited time here, so we will help after contribution. So what is the person to translate the thing? Well, no. When this happens, so you ask everyone to see the program. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You go to the maybe after the but it's only after the you don't want to ask anyone to do extra work when you don't even know who to do. Okay. Then. And sometimes they will move it, sometimes they will of course, as part of some stuff that this would be necessary that are interested. And some of the courses in the region one of the best academic programs. And they have ways of doing Japan and one across the often in the person to the fellowship in their own, but also as a university.
Kepada para peserta, silahkan lanjutkan proses diskusi. Nanti mungkin sekitar jam 12 akan dilakukan presentasi terkait dengan penugasan yang sedang dilakukan. Terima kasih banyak. Pada para peserta, ini sudah. Ya, jadi presentasi akan kita mulai lagi 5 menit lagi ya. Jadi mohon disiapkan siapa yang akan menjadi juru bicara dan sebagainya nanti akan dipandu oleh Bapak Hans Pos. Terima kasih.
What? Oh, the people online first? Okay. Oke. Baik, Bapak Ibu yang online. Huh? Someone. Ya. Oke. Yeah, only 2 groups.
Okay. You realize this grant is for everybody, not just for academics, right? So you got to come up with something special. Who is going to be?
So should we turn the
Can I presentation in Indonesia? Or no?
international application, so if you cannot take it in English, you cannot write it.
Yep.
Okay, about the title,
This is an application written with Chat GPT, right? I think artificial intelligence will write up future applications. Okay, go ahead.
so this is a comparative study
Yeah.
about resolution of elementary school children facing the post-COVID transition, learning transition.
So what is your title?
My friends joined study seminar, workshop like that. And in Indonesia, the issues is children cannot adaptive about transition at school and setting pasca COVID learning transition.
But
and
we need a catchy title, right?
Okay.
Catchy title. Panic. Okay, good title. No new normal. The new normal, question mark? Becoming newly normal? Something like that. Yes.
Okay. Not post-COVID, but new normal, like that.
Yes. Okay. Why should we care? Why is this important? Why is this interesting? Kids always will have trouble, especially adolescents, always trouble, right? There are trouble for us and for themselves, yes. So.
Okay, the era new normal or post-COVID learning transition is a challenge for children at Indonesia and maybe around the world. I think from online school to offline school like that, and it need to dealing with the learning change when facing COVID, right? And during the pandemic, the children experience difficult learning online, and then just we want to know the.
So what are you going to do?
So we want to know about the different factor in Indonesian and Australian children that make them about the resilience of them. Like, I'm so sorry.
So this is research but no intervention?
So yeah, this is research to understand the issue, not intervention.
And what specifically do you think will be exciting and interesting about the Indonesian part? Why should we care?
The different parenting styles in Indonesia and Australia, so it may be impact of the resilience of the children. I think like that.
Yeah, could be. How would you characterize Indonesian parenting style? Protective? All right. One last comment. If you all run away from the microphone, that's not good. That's not good. Do you want to ask him anything? Should we move to the next group?
And why do you think this funding will be the appropriate funding for this project? Are you going to make the funder think that this is a project that follows the remit while they're giving money?
Thank because you. The transition is because the transition is a long process. Maybe now transition is online learning to offline learning, COVID and pasca COVID, but transition is also a long process to continuous. Children move to elementary school to junior high school. It's a called transition too. So transition is a key or a process, longitudinal process.
But why the Australian Indonesian Institute should be funding this project? Why them? So you need to make the funder know that because they have specific aims what they are funding. So somehow you have to kind of address what are they giving money to, the causes, the reason, the remit is called, and this project is meeting one of their objectives. Yeah? So all funding application, you need to make sure that is meeting what are the objective of the funders. Yeah? Not because it's a good research project. So one of the criteria usually is the project about the remit, the objective of this funding call. Yeah? So maybe you need to also make that a bit more straightforward. Shall we move on? All righty, well, good luck. Group 2. Oops, falling. Yeah.
Yes. Test. Okay. Thank you so much. So we propose a grant. We give the title is Head Parents. Head Parents. Head. But it is actually the summer school for headmasters and parents of inclusive schools in Central Java. So it's for the inclusive schools, specifically in Central Java. And our project brief is going to be to maximize the management capacity in inclusive schools in Central Java. Why in Central Java? Because we know from the data that they have the highest student with disability based on the national data. So, and then our project description. So Indonesia already has a law on the inclusive schools from the center of the governments, and in the big city there's already some inclusive schools, both private and public schools. But however, the capacities of the schools management itself is still not optimal. So we're trying to increase the capacity of the school managements to be increasing through the summer school of what we call the head parents. So the stakeholders going to be the headmasters and the parents, and the contact is going to be the school, the headmaster and parents of the inclusive students in Central Java. And our result is going to be there's going to be the increasing of the school management awareness of the children with special needs. And there's going to be facilitate more caring school system, not only from the school management itself, but also from the parents, from the student parents. And then we train to learn and adapt the inclusive school management system model in Australia, and then probably make it to be an Indonesian inclusive school system models. That's it. Thank you.
So why should the Australian government fund?
Sorry?
Why should the Australian government fund this through this program?
Okay, the novelty of our grant is actually when we involving the parents itself, because we know that from the previous grants, there is a grant from Australia to the school management for the headmasters and librarians. So for these grants, we are asking to get funded to the parents, because they can be a peer counselor for the other parents about the inclusive system in Australia. So it's not only about, so there's going to be a collaboration between the school managements and also the parent-teachers interaction.
Yeah, but the project, is it just Indonesia, or is it also something in Australia?
We're trying to make it if it's possible to be multi-year projects. At first it's going to be the Australian coming to Indonesia or Indonesian coming to Australia. But for now it's going to be the first is going to be the Indonesian management going to go to the Australian to learn about some things about it. And then we're going to invited Australian to come to the Central Java to also increasing the awareness about these management school systems.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I just say one thing in general, that lots of people in Indonesia say, oh, we have to learn from the Americans and the Australians, and Indonesians are pretty darn smart.
It is.
You know, Australians can learn from Indonesians. So always when you apply for something, this is an exchange on an equal basis. Don't say, oh, we don't know. Indonesians know a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just need to be pushed a bit. But
So, yeah.
Hello? Yes, I agree. Oh, oh my gosh, it's on my face. I have a big nose. It's all in the camera. I mean, I think the comment that Ansel was making is very important. And in fact, a lot of our research that I do with the Diana and our Ghana film, in fact, is actually about learning from each other and us actually just becoming a bridge for this learning, because, you know, in the sense that there is a lot that people can learn from other like low and middle income countries. It makes more sense that anyway learning from systems are completely different from the way you run. So I think it's important also for Indonesians to start thinking about what can you learn from Indonesia itself, or maybe other neighboring country or other country that you share some similarities with, perhaps about, you know, religion kind of patterns or collectivistic society, because it makes much more sense than try to learn from US, you know, Germany, UK, Australia, when they are very, very different kind of system. But what was nice in your presentation, you gave us very briefly a context about, you know, what is the topic, where it's going to happen, why it's going to happen there, what is a gap. There is research about this and not about that. That is very key, because it shows that you've done some research. So if a reviewer sees a project, which is also great, but doesn't show that you actually have really seen what's available already and why this is important, if you cannot convey that clearly, and you only need 3-4 lines to do that, as you have done, then there's very little chances it's going to be a fundable project, because we don't know why should we be doing it. But you were very good in giving a context, yeah, geographical context, reason context, and a gap. So very well done.
Yes.
Anything
excellent.
else? Dan is gone. So yeah, shall we continue to the online people?
Yes, so Boss. Oh ya, kumpulan satu dari Zoom, siapa untuk presentasi? Oh, sorry.
Ya, jadi grup pertama, siapa yang akan hendak presentasi? Ya, di breakout room 1.
Mungkin nanti setelah ini saya belum menyiapkan English.
Betul.
Ya, tidak apa-apa, presentasi dalam bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Indonesia, nanti ada translasinya. Silahkan, jangan nggak usah ragu-ragu.
Ya, sebentar.
Yeah.
Hello, Titi.
Hello.
Can you tell us the title of your project?
Yes. Is it clear? Yes. The title is Creating an Inclusive Village, Agrodadi Sedayu Village, Bantul, Yogyakarta. Creating an Inclusive Village, Agrodadi Village, Bantul, Yogyakarta. About of the project diff, the problem with this community partnership program, problems with this community partnership are that village does not yet have data and perspective on disability and its development, and the community has not given attention and support to persons with disability. There is no village disability group yet. People with disabilities still have low willpower because it's difficult to access job. There is no policy in the village level regarding the protection and fulfillment of disability rights. Through the inclusion movement from the village. It is hoped that the parties can play role and help provide education and encourage awareness for every member of the community about the importance of protection the right of the people with disability. Argodadi Bantul village has committed to become a village that is friendly to persons with disability or an inclusive village, but does not yet have a clear program to make an inclusive village.
Okay, mengapa Argodadi? Now, there are thousands and thousands of desa-desa in Indonesia. Why this one?
Because Argodadi have human resources that ready to make a partner with our institution.
Okay, so they have the human resources.
Yeah.
Yes, great. And now they just need to figure out how to do it.
And yeah, that commitment to to solve their problem.
Okay. And Australia, how does Australia figure into this?
I think there is a lack of this for proposal because we don't yet to see about the Australia.
Okay. Well, it's of course important because why does the Australia Indonesia Institute want to fund this?
Okay.
In the village they've never even heard of.
So if we make the proposal in the other country, so we should to fulfill about of their country. That's right.
Well, there should be some kind of partnership.
Okay.
Partnership exchange. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
But you know, you figured out that Argodadi has the professionals, has the plan. That's a really good background.
Okay. Yeah. And that's in order to solve the problem of the person with disability in Argodadi, we have 6 activities are needed. The first is skill training, perform data collection on the person with disabilities, establish community-based rehabilitation groups, form a village disability groups, and the creating regulation. And the first, building disability perspective in community and village life. This activity is carried out by forming community-based group, and this group was performed to be directed at all action to use and build community resource, including person with disability, their families and community leaders around them, as well as the village government as the coordinator for providing service to person with disabilities at the village level. And the second, provide availability of data on person with disability. This data include the number, variety of the disability, daily life, vulnerabilities, and empowerment of the families with disability. Based on the data collection activity, it will be possible to compile data on the person with disabilities in the village based on the type of the disability and an assessment of their needs. And the third is organizing person with disabilities and forming village disability group or village disability group. This is small group to build the confidence of the person with disability. Person with the disability need to be given the opportunity to express their opinion. Therefore, at the village level, it is necessary to form a village level organization of the person with disability consisting of all persons with disability with various characteristics as well as parents with disability to respond type the severe disabilities with the organization of the person with disability at the design level, and it is hoped that there is be a representation of person with disability in the development and the village level, both from planning, implementation, and evaluation. Based on this activity, one village organization. It will be performed.
Okay, I will interrupt you here.
Yes.
You have a plan. Obvious.
Yep.
Very
Yep.
good.
Yep.
Inclusion, very important. You could refer to the World Health Organization Declaration on People with Disabilities. And there is also a disability law in Indonesia. So you can provide that as a context.
Okay. Yeah.
And also, just for the grand proposal, you're very good on detail and plans. But so the trees are all there. But I would like to hear a little bit more on the view of the forest as a whole, the big picture.
Okay. And our question, how about the last expected project about of the providing providing facility? I think according to you, it is okay if we write about of the provide about of the facilities to our to this proposal.
Yes. What looks really good in a proposal, if you can say the village makes this available, a meeting room, a hall, so that your application is not, we want a lot of money, but more. We make this available, the time of these professionals, a meeting room, something like that.
Okay.
So, because that demonstrates to the funder that the village is committed. You're not just asking for money, but you're putting something in. And this could be either money or what is called in kind, as in the time of professionals, usage of a room, that kind of thing.
Okay, that's about the sustainable, that's right?
Sustainable, yes.
Okay.
That's another thing very important. What happens when the grant is over?
Okay, thank you.
Make a statement as to what is happening after.
Okay.
Ideally, the plan will continue.
Okay.
It's really bad if you say, okay, we have a year of funding, we'll do something beautiful, and then after that it all collapses.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm stopped there about this.
Okay. Kumpulan kedua. Kumpulan, what is it? Kelompok kedua. Siapa?
Oke. Halo. Halo.
Hello, can you make it bigger? Maybe take out to the side.
Okay, wait.
No, it's more, I think you have opened something bars in the side, maybe just have the proposal, not the columns on the side, the formatting. If you close it, do view.
Kepada Mas Puji Ar-Rahman, share screen-nya bisa di, oh sudah ya?
Sudah. Sudah ya? Sudah muncul?
Ya sudah Mas, tapi bisa diperbesar lagi Mas.
Oh suaranya ya? Iya ini suaranya.
Displaynya.
Oh displaynya. Mbak Alfi boleh diperbesar katanya.
Baik, sedang mencari cara untuk memperbesarnya.
We can see it now,
Control plus bisa.
Okay, I can see it. Can you see it? Yeah. Okay, it's okay. Just present anyway. We can see it now.
Okay. Thank you. I try to describe about our discussion. Our project title is about prototype of Indonesian parenting style after the COVID pandemic. The project business about we know Indonesia has struggle with many kind of crisis, like 1998 economic crisis, political crisis, pandemic crisis, and then we still survive about it. And then we interesting to make some data about what happened in a family, because we believe that family is the foundation about the nation. So we need to looking for what we have in Indonesian family and parenting perspective style. This is the brief, and then project description is about we try to do like a phenomenological qualitative research with parents with children under 5 years old. We collect data by interviewing and questionnaire about the parenting style after COVID pandemic. And then we hope we can give some result about the paper, of course, about overview of Indonesian parenting style after the COVID pandemic. And then this research focus in Indonesia because we want like share to another country, especially in Australia, what we have, what make us become a stronger country. We pass a lot of crisis and we still survive to do this, and we will share to Australia, we share to another country about it. Yeah.
So we will provide resiliency training to Australians.
Yeah.
Because Australians are what they call snowflakes, like they cannot handle crises, but Indonesians can, yes?
Yeah.
Indonesia bisa?
Indonesia bisa.
So maybe you should bring some Indonesian families to Australia to demonstrate it.
Yeah. Maybe my team, any additional?
I don't know. I'm actually thinking because it's a very short proposal, so I'm unable, to be honest, as a reviewer, to understand what is that you will bring to Australia and how much this kind of culturally taking things from a place to the other, and always to be very careful about giving a justification why it makes sense. But I will use your example. Obviously, you had very little time, but just to comment on something about the word count. So when you have like in a paper article and a grant, you have word numbers, which sometimes have a lot, sometimes are short, but very important to kind of try to write within the word counts. Sometimes people start to go over, and then, when you go in a system and you insert it, the system tells you, it's too long, and then you're panicking because maybe then you have like half an hour. So try to respect the word number in terms of not writing more, because either you cannot enter or because it's not necessary and the reviewer doesn't want to read more than they have to read. But also don't go too short. If you're given 100 words, maybe you can do like 85, do a bit like a bit less. The 10% plus or minus, don't do too little. If it's something like very, very sketchy, 2 words there, I will say, this was done in 1 day. I'm not even gonna read it. Because somebody who is not putting effort to write again the application, really, showing that they are really done some work. There is not even one paper cited, one report citing, nothing. So for me as a reviewer, obviously, I know I'm using yours as an example of something that you've done in half an hour, but it happens. So, if very quickly we can see if somebody, as teachers, we assess a lot of students' work. So it's the same thing. We can see already if a student has done a lot of work or not. So if the impression is somebody has done this last minute, then why should they get any funding? If they don't have time to actually put a good proposal, they are not going to have time to do a good project. So just a recommendation about that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Good luck. Thank you.
Quickly, the last group is already 1 o'clock almost. The last group.
Kumpulan 3. Hanya 2.
It was 2. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you all very much. What we should have made a little bit clearer is that this grant opportunity is not just for universities. So it can also apply for people who want to bring artists from Indonesia to Australia and vice versa, or choirs, so be aware that you compete with all kinds of things. That's 1. And 2, the exchange element did not was not sufficiently highlighted in your proposals. I had a grant like this. I brought 4 people, orang dengan gangguan jiwa, from Australia to Indonesia, and I had a big workshop with Komunitas Peduli Schizophrenia Indonesia, dan lain, and vice versa. And you had one of these grants, right? What did your grant do?
It was a small funding for a festival I used to organize in Australia, which was called Aperture Asia Pacific Ethnographic Documentary Festival. So then we had people from Indonesia coming to the festival, the session on Indonesia, and contributed some of their work in the Australian film festival. And then there was some kind of shooting, traveling, screening of some of the films in Australia, here in Indonesia.
Mantap. So for this fellowship, think how what you do academically, what the synergies are with other things in arts. Education was emphasized, right? Very good. And other things. So, terima kasih banyak for all your effort, for listening, to put a grant proposal together. I wish you a lot of success in future grants. So does Arminia?
Yes, we do.
And yes, we're always happy to talk, right?
For titles, remember.
What is the skill?
Title.
Title, yes, yes. Think about a title. Although, no new normal, I like that title. Yes. Or for the village project, it takes a village to raise a child. Yeah, it takes a village to make a child. Yes. Or anak sahat, negara kuat. Yeah, look, there's all kind of things you can do there, but give yourself time, especially for the title, right? And the first statements that provide the overview, work on those the most. We trust, like the village proposal from the Zoom people, we trust you can put the details together. You can do that. Now, the bigger statements that appeal to a big audience, it's much harder, just like the title, but it's pretty much the most important thing in a grant. For all other questions, we refer you to Budiana. All remaining questions she is able to answer. And budget.
Budget is one of the most tedious thing to do, I find, because especially as academics, we normally don't take trainings about, administration or stuff. So for me, it was like, what's a budget? I mean, I'm very good with my own, house running budget. So it's very good to ask somebody if they can send an example of budget, or look at an example in website. Some funding bodies, they publish the research that actually were given government fundings. You can actually have access, or you can request. So if you don't know to do a budget, try to download some examples or articles, because sometimes items don't come to mind until later, or things you don't know that you could apply for. Like I learned that some things I could ask funding for only once I saw somebody else putting it in the budget, and then I went, yes, we should ask money for that. Phone calls, like, money for making phone calls, because internet costs money. Researcher needs to use, to call participants. That costs money. Why should a researcher be paying for that with their own money, right? So like all these kind of things will not come to mind. So that then once you start making them, then it becomes easier. So the first ones are harder because you have to learn so much. But then once you start making more, then you become having a template in your mind of things that you need. And do not be scared of asking. Asking help to other people identify as potentially able to help you, because we all had to learn through mistakes, through failures, and through asking to others. And good luck.
And the last point, many granting bodies have examples of grants that were successful in the past. Look at that, because that shows you what they're looking for. So the Australia-Indonesia Institute has a lot of past grants that were successful. Okay, guys. Have a good day.
Have a good night.
Sampai berjumpa lagi.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Thank you for joining online.
Terima kasih.
Baik, Bapak Ibu, itu tadi merupakan akhir dari sesi kita pada hari ini. Semoga apa yang hari ini telah disampaikan oleh pemateri kita dapat menjadi jalan buat Bapak Ibu untuk memberikan kebermanfaatan yang lebih besar di depannya. Kami dari Center for Public Mental Health mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah berhadir pada workshop pada hari ini. Kami mohon maaf jika masih banyak kekurangan dalam acara kami. Teman-teman online, teman-teman yang di sini juga, kami ucapkan terima kasih dan sampai jumpa di event CPMH selanjutnya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih.
Mau take a picture dulu?
Alamat email bisa dicantumkan nggak ya? Alamat email pembicara.
Mau itu Bu, take a picture. Mungkin kita bisa take a picture dulu, teman-teman yang yang daring nanti bisa muncul tuh di layar belakang saya itu. Begitu, jadi open cam aja. Nah, teman-teman yang luring bisa di sini berbaris semuanya bersama. Can we take a picture first? Let's take a pictures.
Orang Batu Santi ya.
Yang di Zoom juga boleh ikut berfoto ya. Nanti kita juga akan mengambil screenshot dari Zoom juga, bisa buka kamera. Yang di Zoom udah ya. Ya, yang di Zoom screenshotnya juga udah kami simpan, jadi bisa untuk menutup kameranya, dan terima kasih telah bergabung di acara melalui online.
Punyanya itu kayak yang kayak batang gitu. Dan itu
I should be able to go in Africa.
Isunya.
Oh, nice. That's a very good one.
Masih ada Pak Irman.
Oh yes, Ulan.